welcome to, what date is it? June 17th session of the Half Moon Bay City Council. Could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Johnson?
Here.
Councilmember Nagengast?
Here.
Councilmember Penrose?
Here.
Vice Mayor Ruddick?
Here.
Mayor Brownstone?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Some like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Thank you. The agenda is approved. So we're going to start out this evening with some proclamations and presentations. And with us today are graduates of our most recent NET program, which gets better every year. So thank you to staff for creating a great program again. And we have some certificates to hand out. Then we'll take a photo.
Yep.
And we'll move right along.
Thanks,
Colleen.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. So, yes, we are here to welcome our NET graduates for the 2025 class. So let's give them a hand. Not everyone who participated this year could make it, but thank you to all those who did the program with us. For a little bit of background, the NET program is our Network Engage Transform, and it's our adult civics academy, and it's a really great way for members of the community to learn about the inner workings of local government, to get a behind-the-scenes look, to really connect with our community services partners, our nonprofits, to learn our public safety personnel as well. And I just love putting this program on and getting to know these community members and helping build relationships with future community ambassadors. And we have a really fun time doing it. So without further ado, I'm going to present the certificates. And if you could come up, grab the certificate, and then we're gonna have you stand over there, and then we'll do a group photo with the City Council. So, all right, first up, Emily Glines. Cynthia Chinlee. Juliet Applewhite. Anthony Applewhite. Graham Brown. Oh, it switched it up on me. Marita Leth. Blanca Rivera. Joanne Rokoski. Stephanie Zavala. And Norma Miramontes.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Our next, let's see, I don't think Mid-Coast, all right, okay. Our next presentation is from One Shoreline.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have One Shoreline's Executive Director, Len Matterman, here to talk about the work that they're doing and how we as a city can support it. Len.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening. It's good to see you. I have a presentation of slides. Before I start, well, I'll pull up the first slide, I guess. Right, so I run One Shoreline, which the long name for One Shoreline is San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. And I'll talk about how we became a special district about 5 years ago and the work that we're doing throughout San Mateo County. Before I start, I'd like to thank one of your colleagues, Vice Mayor Debbie Ruddick, who's the chair of our board and has been on our board since the founding of One Shoreline, and worked to actually help establish One Shoreline before our founding, which was January 1, 2020. So thank you, Debbie, for your service. Okay, so a little bit of background on who we are. Has had a long-standing, what was called flood control district. It was created in 1959 by state law, and it covered about 10% of San Mateo County in terms of collecting property taxes and doing work. Back in 2019, when it was determined by all of the cities in the county and the county itself that the coverage that the flood control district was providing to the county was inadequate, and that 10% didn't include anything on the Pacific coast side, and 10% only of the Bay shoreline, approximately. And so there were a lot of studies that were done by Stanford University, UC Berkeley, state agencies, San Mateo County, MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and other entities that all pointed to the substantial vulnerability of San Mateo County on both the Bay side and the Pacific coast side, and in fact in between, to the climate change impacts. And that vulnerability is common in terms of wildfire and flooding from extreme storms and heat and other issues, but it is outsized in terms of the effects of sea level rise and coastal flooding. So all 20 cities got together after realizing that they couldn't address this issue alone, any of the climate impacts really, and that a regional collaboration was needed. This is not just information that is from 10 years ago. This is a headline in the San Francisco Chronicle from about 2 months ago about the Mid-Peninsula on the Bay side. And so the cities got together in 2019. Legislation was adopted in Sacramento and signed by the governor. It created this new district, special district, to take over the work that had been from the flood control district. And we think of ourselves as all impacts, water-related impacts of climate change. So we don't work on wildfire, but we work on almost everything else that we're seeing now in terms of climate change impacts. We think of our approach as holistic in terms of threats, geography, and objectives. In terms of threats, it's looking at atmospheric rivers and sea level rise and drought. And so we're not taking the same approach as was done with the flood control district, which was looking at a historic event and really looking at maybe a 50-year historic event. And we're looking at the larger events that we're seeing today and that we expect to see in the future. We also take a holistic view of the objectives, thinking of water not just in terms of a liability, but where can it be seen as an asset and something that is inviting to the community and attractive to the community, and of course for its ecosystem values. And also thinking of the objectives, looking at how climate change impacts all of the sectors of society. So it's not just an environmental issue or necessarily in our case a water issue. It's also an issue in terms of housing and transportation and business and personal finance and municipal finance. And all of these key aspects of our society are impacted by climate change, and how can we think of this as a broad issue? Okay, our priorities for the current fiscal year include advancing projects for long-term resilience, and that's really why One Shoreline was established. We opened our doors in January of 2020, and also thinking about long-term resilience in terms of people's economics and what are the costs of climate change, both on a personal level and, as I said, on a municipal level. And what can we do collectively, One Shoreline, with the cities, the county, and other entities to help with that. What we noticed early on was that just thinking about the long-term resilience issues was not enough. That there were projects that were being proposed and approved, both at the local level and by state and federal agencies, that were not thinking about future conditions, and that the projects, whether it's a private project or a public infrastructure project, that those projects would need to be retrofitted in the future. And so we started working heavily on land use planning to work with the cities and with the county so that their land use activities and approvals can be considering future conditions in the approvals that are made today. We also noticed, of course, that there were major storms coming through, and that those storms, we think of them, or we call them atmospheric rivers, that those are a current climate impact, that these are climate-fueled activities and weather events, and that we need to think of that as a climate issue and work on those also. And so I'll talk a little bit about some of our activities in regards to that. And then finally, thinking about the long-term effort. Are we funded to succeed at this effort as a county? It's one thing to start it. It's another thing to make a commitment long-term. And so not just for the operations and the staff that are required to do this, but also in terms of project funding and attracting outside funding and leveraging outside funding by having funding come from within the county. So those are the 4 priorities. In terms of long-term resilience projects, I have a slide here that has a lot of colors and pictures. I think want to just drill down into a couple of those. Maybe I'll start with the pictures that are at the very top, which is a picture of Brisbane, the shoreline of Brisbane. If you drive, let's say, from San Francisco Airport into San Francisco on Highway 101, you know that Highway 101 is right along San Francisco Bay. I'll talk a little bit more about this soon, but in Brisbane, what we're doing is we're working with the city and Caltrans and the city of San Francisco and the city of South San Francisco on kind of a unified approach to the shoreline there. Another picture that I'll highlight is down at the very bottom, which is next to, it's outlined in yellow, and it's next to the words Bayfront Canal and Atherton Channel. That was our first construction project, and it was kind of a proof of concept for our agency. This was a project that is small, but it crossed a border between Redwood City and Menlo Park. And it had been in planning for 11 years before One Shoreline was established. It hadn't been built because it was complicated, because it crossed its jurisdictional line. So we took that project on, and I'm happy to say that with the leadership of the board and a lot of work by our staff, we got permits and funding in place, a funding agreement, as well as private property rights, and the project has been constructed and has made a difference in reducing flooding to 5 mobile home parks that are in that area that frequently flooded. And then I'll also point out on the bottom left of the pictures, there are 2 stars there you see. Those are associated with the city of Half Moon Bay. The picture to the left of the stars is a picture from the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side Water Treatment Plant. This is a picture of when it was flooded after the New Year's Eve storm, December 31, 2022. And the image just above it to the right is the image of where the water went from the 2 waterways that surround that water treatment plant. And so what we have is we've developed a project and for federal support to build resilience for the SAM treatment plant. And meanwhile, the SAM treatment plant has also pursued federal funding from another source to actually relocate its electrical and mechanical building, which is great. And our project will come in behind that and essentially look at the entire plant and also the impacts, not just to the water-related infrastructure, but also to the environmental assets, on both sides of the plant, as well as the beach, which is just to the west of the water treatment plant. The other star that you'll notice there below that top star for Half Moon Bay, it relates to the landfill. The landfill has been closed, but the erosion along the coast is getting closer and closer to causing really an environmental disaster at the landfill. And it's the same situation that Daly City has for its landfill, and you'll notice a red star farther up the Pacific coast at Daly City. And so what we did was we pulled together a kind of a joint funding approach to the state. We'll see if that gets funded this year. We're certainly not going to give up if it doesn't. It's a difficult budget year at the state, but we're pursuing funding to take the next step for both of those closed landfills towards what's called clean closure, which is actually removing the material and creating a long-term safe environment at both of those landfills. So this is a snapshot of some of the larger resilience projects that One Shoreline is involved with right now. Regards to planning, I'll spend a few minutes on this. This is planning through city general plans, can be local coastal plans, also specific area plans and zoning ordinances, as well as reviews of development proposals. So these pictures are all from the Bayside. As I mentioned, we saw in our earliest days at One Shoreline new projects that were being approved that were clearly not thinking in terms of long-term resilience. And here are some examples of them. The largest picture, the one on the right, is a new development that just went in 2024. And it's just opposite a pump station. It's in the town that I live in, which is San Carlos. And this is a creek, and this is on a sunny day. This is just a high tide water. And you can imagine if this was a rainy day, how the underground parking that we could actually see the entrance to in this building would fare during this. And so what we're trying to do is just say, if buildings will need to be built at this location, let's at least think about how we design them, how we site them, so that they're resilient to future conditions or today's conditions included. So we put out, we went through a pretty exhaustive process to develop planning policy guidance. This is for the Bayside that our board adopted in June of 2023. And here's an example. Don't expect you to read this, but it's essentially, it provides guidance text for a zoning ordinance. An example of this was adopted by the city of Burlingame, and it led to a development agreement. And what you can see here at the bottom is the development agreement that comes out of this zoning ordinance language that says to a private developer that you need to build climate resilience as part of your project, and that you can either build it to a certain elevation that's prescribed by what we call a map of future conditions, which is part of the zoning ordinance, or you can build it to a slightly lesser elevation and give the city or One Shoreline an easement to come in behind and build it up further on that private property. So it kind of guarantees resilience, not just for that property, but also for adjoining properties and the infrastructure behind it, roads or other kinds of public infrastructure that is, let's say, inland from this waterfront property. We're now turning our attention from private development to public infrastructure and developing public infrastructure guidance that's countywide. And I wanted to say thanks to Maz from South Moon Bay's staff. He's on our technical advisory committee. We're starting with stormwater systems, roads, and wastewater and water treatment facilities and water recycling facilities. These are all connected. If you think of it, our roads in many cases are part of our stormwater system, for better or worse. And so both the stormwater system and roads need to be thought of not just in terms of the historic 10-year flood or event, weather event, which is all too common, kind of the objective in our county, but not thinking about the historic 10-year event, but thinking about a future much larger event, so that that water can be contained within our stormwater system rather than flood our businesses and homes. We're also, in addition to looking at those 3 asset types, we're going to be looking starting next year, at parks, marinas, and harbors, as well as utilities, and are those things developed and sited and designed in ways that are thinking for future conditions. So we have, in addition to MAWS, we have an advisory committee of folks from the public and private sectors throughout San Mateo County and Caltrans to help us in this endeavor. Final thing on planning, Senate Bill 272 in 2023 said that all waterfront jurisdictions need to develop shoreline adaptation plans. The Coastal Commission in November of last year, November of 2024, established guidelines to associate that requirement with local coastal plans. BCDC, the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, did the same thing, approved it in December of 2024. And so One Shoreline now, we just got a grant actually last week, Tuesday, from the Ocean Protection Council, $750,000 to do the first regional shoreline adaptation plan for Brisbane. I mentioned before Brisbane, to look at both San Francisco, Brisbane, South San Francisco, and Highway 101. And we're developing a proposal for the 5 cities along the bayside of our county, meaning East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, Redwood City, San Carlos, and Belmont, in a coordinated plan. And we're happy to work with Half Moon Bay and others, of course, on their shoreline adaptation planning similarly. Okay, in terms of extreme storms, our, let's say, value add is to provide alerts to people and jurisdictions and businesses, business owners, to think about the effects of the storms that are coming through. And this really takes 2 primary forms. One is we have a countywide flood early warning system, currently 32 gauges around the county. On the coast side, we tap into a USGS gauge, which is on Pilarcitos at Highway 1, but one of our high priorities is to add gauges on Pilarcitos upstream of there, so that Half Moon Bay residents and businesses can get a more advanced warning of when flooding may occur in the downtown area or upstream of there or downstream, certainly. And so to do that, we are installing a repeater at Skylon Memorial Park at the top of Highway 92, and then looking at sites along Pilarcitos between Highway 1 and Skyline Boulevard that are appropriately sited for capturing information about the water in the channel, but also able to give as much advance warning as possible. So that's an example. We have gauges like that in Pescadero. We have gauges up and down the peninsula on the bayside, and we're also looking to expand this. So this year, we're Pilarcitos, Atherton Channel, and Cordilleras Creek are our top kind of candidates for expansion. In addition to that flood early warning system, which I'm happy to answer questions about, we also are engaged in an effort with all the regulatory agencies to get 5-year permits to remove debris from flood-prone creeks around the county. And in a lot of instances, the flooding occurs within a creek channel associated with a roadway. And so it's really about removing debris under roadways and then upstream and downstream of roadways to alleviate that flooding concern. And then finally, on the funding issue, in 2020, 2021, and 2022, One Shoreline was grateful to receive funding from all 20 cities and San Mateo County to provide startup funding for our agency. In addition to those funds, we also collect property taxes from this historic flood control district, established again decades ago. But in addition to that startup funding and those property taxes, we brought in, in the last 5 years, a little over $30 million, mostly for projects. Some of that money can be used for operations, and that fact, combined with the efficiencies that we'd like to talk about has enabled us to go from 3 years of operations with that initial funding to what's now going to be a little over 9 years. Well, actually over 10 years, a little bit over 10 years. So we have funding right now through the spring of 2030. And we need to think about this problem beyond 2030. It's not just for the next 5 years or so that we'll be dealing with climate change. And so we have a board committee that includes Debbie Ruddock, as well as 2 other board members, a county supervisor and another city representative, that's looking at long-term funding options for One Shoreline. Happy to talk about that as well. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you very much. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. That's a great presentation. I think we first met about 4 years ago. We were having a Council of Cities meeting. It was at the library, right, as I recall? And you did a presentation, and I'm like, wow, there's a lot that's happened since then. And it's really great. I think you're just really at the cutting edge forefront of having these very thoughtful and proactive, very comprehensive strategies for confronting the challenges of storms and floods, something where in Half Moon Bay we're very familiar. And lucky to have you and Vice Mayor Ruddock working on these issues and being on the board. And looks like you've been very successful at attracting support and funding. So great job. Thank you for being here. It's a true blessing that we have you right here in our town and working on these issues. So thanks very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Through the mayor. Hello, Lynn. I don't know if you remember me. I worked on the Foster City levee project. I probably talked to you several years ago. Foster City was kind of unique. They did it on their own. They had their own, they're in a floodplain now. Well, now they're not, but the reason why they did their project, but they added a few extra feet for the rise in the bay. And as we learned, it's important to look at these as a regional approach. Water doesn't stay in jurisdictional boundaries, so I think One Shoreline's a good avenue to look at these regionally. You know, obviously here on the coast, our neighbors, we're surrounded by the county, but I know it's great to approach, and funding's always going to be an issue. It's tough, but great job, and I think it's a wonderful program, the county.
Councilmember Penrose.
Thank you. Yes, hi. I have a couple of questions that relate specifically to our area here. The first of them is, after the moving of the electrical system at the SAM plant, the Sewer Authority plant, you said there was a next step that you were going to be looking at. Can you tell us what that might be?
Yeah, so we have requested, and Congressman Liccardo is supporting that, as did Congresswoman Eshoo and our 2 U.S. senators, funding to go to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to do a feasibility study of a larger resilience project at the SAM plant. And so the first project, the most vulnerable building, as I understand it, is the electrical and mechanical building. That's the one that flooded, the picture was shown earlier. And that's just incredibly urgent to all of us. And so the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side was able to secure funding from FEMA. Hopefully it will stay. We think it will, to address that particular building. But their larger issue exists for that plant. It is at the confluence of 2 waterways. It is right along the beach, which is eroding towards the plant. And there are environmental assets next to it. If the plant were to fail during a major storm, as it came close to doing, then that would have obviously a grave impact in terms of both public health, but also environmental concerns. So the Corps of Engineers project would look at the totality of the plant and the assets around it, including transportation and environmental and trails, and think about what is the kind of long-term best and the best siting and configuration of the buildings in that area. And the Corps of Engineers has the ability to do the larger project than a single FEMA grant can do. So that's what we're trying to do. It's great that Sam got the funding to look at the building that's most at risk, but we want the federal government to be a partner on the larger effort of creating long-term resilience for the entire facility. So
potentially moving the plant.
You know, I don't want to speculate on what's the best approach. I think the Corps will do a study of where does the federal interest lie in terms of a cost-benefit ratio for the federal government to be a partner, and the local agencies, including SAM, One Shoreline, the city, you know, the other agencies associated with SAM, they'll all have a voice in what this project might look like.
My other question was about the landfill in Half Moon Bay. And you say you're looking at potentially doing a cleanup, getting rid of that landfill. Where will it go when you move it? Isn't that a big issue?
Yeah, so we wouldn't move it. What we're trying to do right now is we've essentially identified the fact, it's not news, that both the Half Moon Bay landfill and the Daly City landfill are pretty significantly threatened. The one in Daly City is fortunately for Half Moon Bay, they're not at the place that Daly City is with their landfill, because that one, as you may know, is already kind of leaching material into the Pacific. And the city just last year did a project, an expensive project, to shore up the base of the cliffs there. So what we have proposed is funding $5 million to initiate the first phase of clean closure for both landfills. And really all we're trying to do at One Shoreline is create a narrative around two key assets on the coast that are at risk, that are similar, with similar issues, and there's a similar story to tell about them. They're at slightly different phases. They're different facilities. One is owned by a city, Daly City. The other is actually owned by San Mateo County, the one in Half Moon Bay. So we're trying to create a, let's say, multi-jurisdictional envelope for this conversation and seek funding that we would then provide, we haven't even talked about it, provide to either the county or the city of Daly City or Half Moon Bay or what have you. Really what we're trying to do is initiate a meaningful process and secure funding for both highly vulnerable enterprises there.
Great. An incredibly important step.
Yeah.
Got to have the money if you're going to do anything.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Ruddick.
I just want to say I've always been very excited to be associated with this initiative. It's far-seeing. We have a very creative, very energized staff. We have a great board that's mainly been on the board now for about 5 years. We've had maybe one new addition, but everybody's, super committed. But I've been watching a limited series on Netflix called Families Like Ours. I recommend it. It's a little scary, but it's about the evacuation of Denmark because of rising seas, and it's super interesting. So they didn't really get ahead of it. The water's rising. You can see it rising through the manholes on the streets. So they've launched this massive evacuation of the entire population of Denmark to other countries in Europe. So you get to see all the problems associated with that. But my point is, we have to be talking about these things now and planning for these things now, because we don't want to be, caught when it's too late. And the work that One Shoreline is doing is working on the grassroots up, right from, planning policies to actual projects, framing projects for funding, thinking things, more broadly and regionally, and to get people to start thinking that way, as well. So I think it's one of the most exciting things going on in the county, on the peninsula. And I think our staff's doing a great job. So onward and upward. And thanks for a great presentation, Len.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks again. Come back soon.
Okay. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Take care. Next, we have a presentation from Juliet Applewhite about the Half Moon Bay History Association. Welcome, Juliet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Brownstone, City Council, City staff. I appreciate it. My slides and my presentation are very different from his. It's a really tough act to follow, but I'm going to do my best. So just so you know, the Half Moon Bay History Association has been in existence for approximately 15 years. Dave Crescent founded it, and I became president approximately 7 years ago. I just wanted to give all the board members kind of an understanding of what we've done in this partnership and how grateful we are to the support that we've had from staff and from the council. So what do we do? So we are an exclusively donor-funded, entirely volunteer association whose mission is to preserve and share the coastside history. We have an education team that will offer local schools. Before 2020, we were in every single coastside school, so we served over 300 students, third grade students. Once the pandemic hit, we had some difficulty getting back in the schools, but we have, and we look forward to doing that more. We've also hosted a lot of schools, all grades, at the museum on Johnston Street. We're completing our work on the IMLS grant, the federal grant that we received for our education program, designing curriculum from kindergarten through high school, mostly focusing right now on high school. We're hoping to wrap the grant up before it's removed again. We maintain and catalog a robust collection, a collections program, including oral histories with the help of fabulous a team of high school volunteers. And we have our wonderful trained docents. Again, we had a team of about 30 before 2020. We're now to about 15, but it's growing. And we offer free tours over 12 hours a week, and we also offer private tours during the week or by appointment. We have a quarterly speaker series, which actually is going on right now, about Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. So that's why our board and team and members couldn't be here tonight. But that's offered quarterly, and it's free, and it's normally held at the library. And we quarterly publish the Coastside Chronicles, which is an amazing volume, and it's also on our website. Our last one, I think, was 14 pages. It dives deep. So, and it's really well written, and there's photographs, and it's fascinating. So this is what the jail looked like in March of 2018. The city was kind enough to grant us a 1-year temporary lease agreement with the provision that we, in 3 months, cleaned it up, made it a working museum, trained staff, and opened by June. All volunteers, and they did it. It was, I wasn't part of this endeavor, thankfully. There was a lot of old archives, a lot of mold, a lot of things that couldn't be restored, but there were some gems that were found and are now either on display or as part of our collections. So that's one of the pictures. This is what the yard looked like when we took sort of possession of that space in 2018. It's hard to see. It's filled with a lot of old things, old rusty things. This is what the jail looked like before we put this is after it's been cleaned up. All the window treatments, everything are done. We're ready for exhibits. This was the beginning of the jail museum. And so that tiny little space was a very informative but a small but mighty museum and resource for our visitors. People like to come to the jail to take selfies in the jail cell. This is what the yard looked like right before we opened in the front of the jail. And this was our docent team that graduated after spending between 5 and 7 Saturdays learning in depth about each sort of portion of our history that was ultimately displayed in the museum. This was the interior of the barn in 2021. So we completed the jail museum. It was operational from June of 2018 to today, with a brief break during 2020. And then the city graciously gave us a lease agreement, a 25-year lease agreement, with the understanding that we would open a large-scale museum. It's called a barn. It was actually a garage. Those two terms are used interchangeably. So these are actually, this is after it's cleaned up. You can't really tell, but the boards, there's about a space of about 2 to 6 inches, depending on where you are. And lots of critters like to go through those and find a relatively warm place. So it was pretty disgusting. We had old safes that had been abandoned and were rusted and were filled with rat remnants. It was a lot of work to clean it up, but obviously well worth it. This is what you walk in now. So those floors are all repurposed wood. It's all solar. We have an ADU bathroom, which is unfortunately sometimes the highlight of the weekend. A lot of our guests like to come and use that bathroom, but at least they get exposed to some history. And these are just pictures of what it looks like now. All right. Last year, they decided to do a native garden. So you saw the pictures before of what the yard looked like, and this is what it looks like now. So those are all plants that the first peoples that lived here used, either for food, for medicine, for tools, equipment, boats, poison oak. And we are working on all the signage. Hopefully that'll be done actually this week. But it has come a long way. And now you can sort of see the back. We are currently hoping to do a mural on the back of that. It's very trendy in downtown Half Moon Bay right now. And we're hoping that we'll be able to remove those existing sewer pipes that were not part of the original building. And this is our amazing team of high school volunteers. So they come every Wednesday right now. Well, not now because it's summer, but they come and it's fascinating to watch. They all sort of pick a topic or an article or whatever. It all needs to be cataloged so that it will be a resource for people that can then search by area of interest. And that's it.
Great, thank you, Juliet. Any questions from council?
Juliet, I want to say thank you for the tour that you gave me and the staff lady that you had that gave me that awesome tour, because I'm a big history buff, and especially with Half Moon Bay. It was very unique. It was very cool going back to Cunha's and all that stuff, and the wedding dress, and then going into the Native American Indian part that you guys have, and the remnants of the Amesport landing and all that stuff. So I did take it in. I knew a little bit before, and you could tell because I was throwing things at you guys too, so you knew I was a history buff. And I did do a selfie in the jail, and I did one with you guys, and it was a great picture. Yeah, it was cool. And I just want to say thank you for that. And I think it's really cool for us to have something like that downtown, so when we have people coming to visit our town, they're stopping off at, let's say, getting some kava or at Nano's, and then they go get some lunch, and then they work their way back to where you guys are at. So it's this great, I think it's a good thing to have there. It really is. And it's come a long way, because I remember back in the day when that first was there, just sitting. And it was, this goes back to Bob Sen's days when that goes back a long time. And so I think this is a great thing, and I think you guys did a great job. It looks really cool. And especially with the native plants too. That was awesome. Very cool.
They're all in bloom right now. It's beautiful. Actually, we find people just sort of, the designer of the garden will come and we'll find him, and he just goes there to just sit and appreciate how beautiful it is. So
I think you were going to label the plants too.
yeah,
Just
that's
okay.
hopefully happening by Friday.
That'd be great. Super.
Yeah.
I think what you're doing is really, really important work, and I'm really happy to see that you have young people engaged in studying and helping make Half Moon Bay history. Really important. I don't want to see it go away as the generations proceed. So thank you for all you're doing.
And if you haven't been there, folks, the renovated barn is absolutely beautiful. Incredible exhibits. I think it's even available for events, right, for those who are interested. So come on down and have a look, go to jail while you're at it, and come right out again. So thank you, Juliet. Great project. Thank you for all your work that you've done all these years. Greatly appreciate it.
Good partnership.
Okay, mayor's announcements. Let's see, this Sunday is Pride Parade here in Half Moon Bay. It starts around 11 o'clock, I believe, people gathering at Mac Dutra Park. There'll be a parade, there'll be music, there'll be some great entertainment, presentations. So, and the weather looks nice as well. So please come down and join us for the Pride Parade this Sunday. Any other events coming up that I'm not thinking of? Great. Okay. Can we have a report out from recent closed session meetings, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. The council has not met recently in closed session, so nothing to report out. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll have city manager updates to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We actually have 2 updates tonight. I'll do the first one. We're going to go to the next slide. This one I think is really cool. Last Sunday, a very, very large crowd gathered at Old Princeton Landing to celebrate the retirement of a coastal icon. Mr. Cox, Tom Cox, is retiring after more than 37 years of teaching, his entire teaching career at Cunha Middle School, teaching social studies and history. And I had the privilege of presenting him with a proclamation from our city council, as well as recognition from the county and the state and our federal government, which was really, really exciting for him. He started at Cunha in 1988, and I was in his 2nd year of teaching, and he kept teaching. So that tells you what a committed teacher he is, because I was not an easy student. He was also my frosh-soft basketball coach in high school. And so it's been really cool to be back in town and to be able to work with him and see that the beloved teacher he was almost 40 years ago continues to this day. He has taken I think thousands of Coastside students and their parents on trips to Washington, D.C. during the summer, and really brought history alive for many, many students here on the coast. And it's a big loss for him to retire, but he's a grandpa now, and that's more important for him, and we respect that. So really exciting, really neat, and kind of a neat treat tonight. You see the picture on the right. That is Mr. Cox with a recent graduate. Her name is Rebecca Huerta. She happens to be the daughter of our amazing executive assistant in the city manager's office, and she's here to just share a few words about Mr. Cox as a teacher. Rebecca.
Great. Thanks for coming over, Rebecca. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community. My name is Rebecca Huerta, and I would like to add as one of Mr. Cox's most recent students. I've had the privilege of experiencing Mr. Cox's dedication firsthand. Words can't describe how much of a positive impact he's had on not only myself, but everyone who has had the pleasure of meeting him. Mr. Cox has a way of making history come to life. He made it interesting and showed us how important it is. It's evident that he found joy in educating. Imagining Cunha without Mr. Cox is like imagining a beach without its ocean. Although it's sad to see him go, we all know he deserves it. After all, spending 37 years of your life surrounded by middle schoolers is not something many are willing to do. As we say goodbye to Mr. Cox, we're not just losing a teacher, we're losing a part of what makes Cunha Cunha. His lectures, his laughter, and his constant belief in his students will never be forgotten, a reminder of the incredible impact one person can have. It's hard to think of a teacher who deserves this recognition more than Mr. Cox, and I feel bad for the students who will never get the chance to experience being in his class. Mr. Cox, thank you for your energy, your humor, your patience, and how you made every lesson matter. Enjoy retirement and know that we are forever grateful.
Thank you, Rebecca, for that beautiful recognition of Mr.
I could not have said it better. Thank you, Rebecca. And thank you, Mr. Cox, for everything he's done for me and so multiple generations here on the coast. He's one of those teachers that have taught parents and children. And I think he did say, as I don't know if you know this, but our planning commissioner, David Gorn, does a series on the radio and interviewed him recently. And one of his motivations was he didn't want to teach someone else's grandchild that he had taught. So that was starting to creep up. So it was time to go. So really, really grateful for him. Our next item is something we added recently, and it's an update on the Main Street Bridge project, and our Public Works Director, Maz Wizergini, will provide that. Thanks, Maz.
Thank you, Matthew. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I would just want to give a quick update on the Main Street Bridge Maintenance Project. We have added this project to our list of CIP projects back in the fall of 2024. Since then, the project scope has been refined, and it involves the replacement of the wooden walkways and the railings, as well as another phase, which would be to address the stucco that has been falling off the siding of the bridge itself. We have been working through the design, as you can see on the right of the screen. That's a draft design. Just wanted to share that quick highlight. I know they're hard to read, but once it's refined, it will be available for public review. We are looking at currently going through the coastal development permit process, in which we are seeking an exemption, and that required a historical architect to review in order to make that determination. So where we are right now, we are tentatively scheduled to start later this summer. And we're targeting a completion of October 15th in line with the rainy season. We want to make sure we're out of the creek before the 15th. So just want to give that quick update, as this item has been a topic of conversation through the community, and we just wanted to make sure that we provided that quick update. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Maz. Start at the end here with.
Thank you for that update, because a lot of people are bringing that up and asking questions. So it was brought up to me on Sunday. I had a meeting. The wooden planks, is there any chance that those wooden planks could be removed and sanded or leveled out and saved? Or are those wooden planks, how old are they? I mean, are they really old? Is it something that's historical also? And can they be saved? I guess that's the question.
The planks themselves are not of historical nature. It's mostly the concrete. The concrete bridge itself is a historical component, as well as the abutments and the archways. Unfortunately, the wooden decking is not something that we can salvage. So it's going to be removed and replaced with new material, a new wood deck. We've actually started the purchases of that material already, and as we finalize the design on the rest of the work, we will consider what we can possibly do with that wood, but it's not in the best shape. There may be some aesthetic uses for it, so. We'll consider that once we remove it and see what condition they're in.
There was a gentleman that was talking about for wheelchair access at that person in the bumpy roads, and I know that I've done that with my daughter. It is pretty bumpy. Are we going to address that with the new design?
The new design is going to address that, and we have a plan in place for future mitigation of any tripping and falling hazards potential. We've done some research, and there's a potential for us to add a thick nylon mat on the top of the decking in order to protect it and keep it in place. We've seen that in a number of piers across the state. So we are going to consider that, but the design itself for the initial install is to be a smooth, level surface for all users, including individuals in wheelchairs.
Councilmember Megan Guest.
Thank you. Thank you, Maz, for the update. I remember that deck about 20-something years ago, but everything's on top, right? There's nothing structurally or nothing occurring underneath the bridge. And part two of this question, then, is there going to be any needs to detour traffic, or we haven't gotten that far yet? We're not quite sure what impacts there may be.
No, those are great questions. Yes, the majority of this work is planned to be from above deck, if you will. The plan is to replace one side at a time so that we don't have two walkways closed at the same time. For the railing and the deck itself, we are not anticipating any closure of the lanes, the vehicular travel lanes through Main Street. When we do the stucco work, we will likely need to do some traffic control around that. So when we get to that phase, we will have to deal with some traffic control, but that one has less restrictions with respect to the work that we're looking at doing for the decking, given that we would be working suspended over the creek. So when we get to that point, obviously there will be some traffic control requirements, and we will make sure that that's highlighted in advance for any motorists.
And this bridge distinction is the first reinforced concrete bridge?
That is correct. 1904, I believe, is the date of that bridge.
Yeah, there was a bridge in Woodside that tried to claim that, and I had to correct them on that one. But yes, yeah. Thank you.
If you only had the History Association back then to help you with that, right?
Great, thanks so much, Maz. Appreciate the
Thank you
update.
very
I think we're on to public forum. Great. We're now opening public forum. If anyone else in the audience had a question, something to say, please fill out a form. For those who are not familiar with public forum is a time where anyone can bring up any issue or comment on anything they want that is not an agendized item on our agenda. And each person will have 3 minutes. There'll be a timer. When you have 30 seconds left, you'll hear a beep. And then at the end of the 3 minutes, you'll hear another beep. Okay. Our first speaker this evening is Joaquin Jimenez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff, members of the public. There's a big bus out there, and I'm a bit upset, especially coming from somebody that I respect very much with the trajectory of politics in our community. Cry Me a River sounds like a title of a country song. I know we are going through a lot in our community. I mean, the state. And one of the first things that came to mind when I read this, it was about, empathy and compassion. There's a struggle. And to this, to come from a leader in our community, of 24-year trajectory of, leadership, it's a bit embarrassing. It's concerning. Thinking about, that your staff is not worth a raise. It's concerning. If you don't have empathy for your staff, I can only think about what kind of empathy you have for the rest of the community that's really struggling, that are barely making it, and there's no upper mobility for them. There's nothing they can do. They're making minimum wages, they're not going anywhere. We talked about, how the city of Half Moon Bay, we have, compassion for the people that struggle. We did great. Our deficit in the city is not because of what the staff is making. It's not because it's not how much they're making. The only person that I see, I saw the list of how much money actually staff is making. $96,000 for Karen Decker for the work that she does. That's nothing. She's an outstanding person, well respected. And to hear that from you is, come on. That's not who we are. We are better than that. We need better leadership. And we have to have empathy, for our community, for our staff. They work their ass off. I'm sorry, but it's just, I do not agree with that.
Okay, our next speaker is Rocio Avila Garcia.
she's gonna provide her comment, and then I'll go ahead and provide you a side translation.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio y personas presentes. Mi nombre es Rocío Ávila y líder comunitario aquí en Half Moon Bay. Quiero agradecer a las personas que se unieron este sábado 14 de junio en la protesta de no reyes en todo el país, pero especialmente a las personas de Half Moon Bay y de sus alrededores. Yo no pude estar ahí porque tuve que estar vendiendo en el mercado de agricultores, lo que con mucho amor y dedicación sembramos para poder ofrecer a la comunidad. A todos nos une el mismo motivo de detener las injusticias y tal vez puede ser de diferentes razones, porque esto afecta a nuestra gente. Por ejemplo, el desplazamiento de la Guardia Nacional en California, el poder que ha tenido el gobierno de hacer lo que él decida sin importar el daño que puedan sufrir las personas. También les ha quitado trabajos a personas que creyeron en él. Ha realizado separaciones de familias y deportándolas, llevándose a personas que no han cometido ningún delito. El venir a este país a trabajar, a sacar para darle de comer a nuestras familias, a hacer los trabajos pesados en todas las industrias con un sueldo mínimo y donde pagamos impuestos cada vez que vamos a las tiendas. Nos quitan de nuestro cheque y hacemos nuestras declaraciones de impuestos cada año. Hemos hecho a este país más fuerte. Esto no es un delito ni somos criminales. Creo que todos los que estamos aquí hemos venido de una persona que ha emigrado aquí hace años o muchísimos años atrás, de diferentes países. Y no todos somos criminales ni malos. Todos somos iguales. Nadie es más que otro y todos tenemos que protegernos y luchar contra las injusticias que están ocurriendo ahora. Gracias.
Good afternoon, members of the council and all people that are present here. My name is Rocio Avila, and I'm a community leader here in Half Moon Bay. I want to first off say thank you to all the people that joined us on June 14th to the No Kings protest in the entire country, but especially in Half Moon Bay, and all of the people that participated that day. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there personally because I had to sell my product at the farmer's market, of which I love very much, and I'm very much dedicated to offer to the community. All of it unites us in the same way in order to stop all of the injustice, and maybe for different reasons, because it all affects our people. An example, the displacement, the National Guard being called out in California, the power that the government has had to do whatever they decide without really caring about any damage that people would suffer. Also, taking away the jobs and people in which these people themselves believed in that government. I've realized, I've seen separations of family and deportations, taking people that haven't even committed any crimes. So to come to this country and to work and to make a living so that way we can feed our families and to do those jobs that are the heaviest in all industries with minimum wage, and where we also pay our taxes every time that we go to the stores, the money that's taken out of our checks, and we also file our taxes yearly. We've made this country strong That's not a crime. We're not criminals. I believe that all of us here have come to have at one time or another emigrated here, maybe a long time ago or recently from different countries. And not all of us are criminals. Not all of us are bad. We're all the same. No one is more than anyone else. And we have to protect and fight against the injustices that are happening now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosia. Our next speaker is Joanne Rokoski.
Good evening, City Council members and also staff. We are all aware, and as Rocio so eloquently just said, of the threats of arrests and deportation being made to so many of those in our community. And I know of the support you as a city council and as representatives of the city of Half Moon Bay have given to our immigrant community. Tonight, I'm wearing a button that says, "I stand with immigrants," and I've brought one for each of the council members. But I have an ask, and the ask is that, and I'll preface it by saying, in addition to the risk of deportation that is so real right now for people, their fear of ICE, many of our immigrant neighbors are at risk because of the risk of self-deportation because they can't afford to live here anymore, and specifically because they can't afford the housing. So I congratulate you on the almost here opening of Stone Pine Cove. I'm looking forward to it in a week. It's beautiful. I've driven through it a couple of times. Now I'm urging you to do all in your power to move the project at 555 Kelly towards completion without any further delay or obstruction. Farm workers on the coast side are part of our community. They're part of the backbone of our community, and they deserve to live in safe and dignified housing with the supportive services they need as they age and deal with health problems that they've accumulated over many years. We can help them with this, and it would be such a fitting and living farm worker memorial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne, and thank you for the buttons. Appreciate it.
I am so clumsy tonight. Thanks, Joaquin.
We don't have any online speakers, do we?
No online speakers.
Okay. Then our last speaker this evening is our very own Deborah Penrose, who is here to speak as a member of the public in her capacity as a member of the public.
Good evening. I'm not speaking tonight as a member of City Council. I'm speaking tonight as a citizen of Half Moon Bay. I am speaking out as an elected official and as an angry and frightened human being. Donald Trump left unchecked, is going to destroy everything that we hold dear in these United States. He has already shown unequivocally that he has no respect for the rule of law, that he is willing to jail the folks that you vote into office, that he will never allow a question to be asked from a public official that may have the potential to put to the question his agenda. And what will the consequences of your disobedience be? He will federalize the National Guard, usurping the power of your elected governor. He will call in the armed forces. He is saying, be quiet, shut up, or if you defy me, I will come after you, hunt you down, and make you pay. I know that my tone of voice and some of the words that I'm using tonight may seem extreme, but we do not have the luxury of mincing our words and pussyfooting around. This is no longer a question of a contest between Democrats and Republicans. It is not a struggle between progressives and conservatives. What we have now is a battle between what is lawful and what is criminal, what is sane and what is crazy, between what is good and what is evil. When democracy dies, be careful which side you are on. If it's the wrong side, you and your children and your parents and your neighbors will lose your power. You will lose your right to choose, lose your right to speak out, and be in dire peril of losing your freedom and your life. If you are an elected official, speak up. Now is the time to protest. If you live in the United States of America, please speak up. Your voices need to be heard. Please protest against what you feel is wrong or dangerous. Do not allow evil to triumph because you were afraid to speak.
Thank you, Deborah. Public forum is now closed. Oops. Is anyone pulling any consent items?
I've never pulled one, but I've had a lot of people calling me about certain things on this item, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I talked to Matthew about a lot of the items, and I feel pretty comfortable after being explained, but I was never really brought out to what line items they wanted me to pull. But I could go through a couple, and if Matthew can explain a few, then that shows due diligence, because I spent over an hour with you, and I was prepared. I had everything. Oh, I have a cold. I'm sorry.
Let's bring it closer.
I'd like to pull and do a few items that Matthew and I have talked about on, Monday? And so that we can kind of get an explanation on a couple things. They're not a big deal. Once I got the explanation, I felt comfortable with it. But I think it's because on the budget, we talk about being transparent. And so on this, I think I got a bunch of people contacting me and saying, I don't know what that's for and why so much.
So can you just specifically tell me which items?
Yes, I can. Let me grab it.
Well, he's referring to 1B, which is the warrants.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, that's the agenda item we're talking about.
Got it. Okay. And you have one?
And I have I don't know if it's a procedural question or a request, but to me, item 1E, F, G, H, I, and K are approving contracts for a budget that we haven't approved yet. That they're contract items that are going to be part of the 25-26 budget year, but we haven't adopted a 25-26 budget. So I'm wondering, should we just approve that right after our budget, or?
Can we answer that procedural question?
So these items, these are authorizing the city manager to enter into the contracts. They don't require the city manager to do so. And I guess I would offer that the council, if it has the authority to go ahead and approve these items on consent, with the understanding that the city manager would not actually execute those contracts if the budgets, if the funds are not budgeted. So that would be one way to proceed. I think we often do have these on the same agenda, and I see the issue in terms of the order, given that our consent items come up first in the agenda and the budget is always at the end of the agenda. But I think with the language and in the consent items that it's authorizing the city manager to enter into those contracts. You could proceed as is.
So it's in the actual resolution authorizing, so we don't have to say that as part of our
yes, that's right. The sort of boilerplate language in our resolutions states that the city council hereby authorizes the city manager to execute the contract.
And he knows not to execute until we have a budget.
Yes, I see him nodding, so yes.
Okay.
He will not execute. Okay. Great. No, thank you. Good question. So would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar, not including item 1B?
I move that we approve 1B warrants for the month, not 1B, that we waive reading of resolutions and ordinances, that we approve the minutes from May 6, 2025 special and regular city council meetings, that we adopt a resolution approving the 2025 pavement management project as the dedicated project for road maintenance and rehabilitation account funding, that we adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2025-26 salary schedule representing a 3% increase to the base salary for the International Union of Operating Engineers, Stationary Engineers, Local 39 AFL-CIO, represented management team members, confidential and non-represented employees, effective per the terms of the respective memoranda of understanding. That we adopt resolutions authorizing the city manager to execute professional service agreements through June 30, 2026 with 4 Leaf Incorporated for building plan check and inspection services in an amount not to exceed $365,250, and 2 Metropolitan Planning Group for contract planning services in an amount not to exceed $145,000. That we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an amendment of the professional services agreement with Community Planning Collaborative and to add $30,000 for work on the safety element that began in July 2024 and will continue through March 2026. That we adopt resolutions authorizing the city manager to execute professional service agreements with 1 American Debris Box to provide portable toilet services citywide in the amount of $90,000, 2 Laurel Landscaping for median maintenance in the amount of $52,493, and 3 West Coast Arborist for tree trimming and tree removal services in the amount of $150,000. That we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 1 to the contract of Carla's Janitorial LLC for citywide janitorial services in the amount of $198,404. That we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 2 to the professional services agreement with Sunset Ecological Solutions in the amount of $16,524 for a total not to exceed contract amount of $76,324 to provide continued biological monitoring during construction activities at the Stone Pine Cove Affordable Housing Project through June 2025. And that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a new program services agreement with Abundant Grace for coastal cleanup services in the amount of $78,160 for fiscal year 2025-26.
Get a second?
Second?
Can we have a roll call, please, on this?
Councilmember Johnson? Councilmember Nagengast?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone?
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. We now have, we've pulled item 1B. And we have some questions from Councilmember Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, I know that Councilmember Johnson is under the weather, and as he mentioned, we talked about his questions at length. And I've heard from other council members as well, and so I think what I'm prepared to do is just go through a couple of those transactions.
Oh, great.
And
Yeah, that'd be great.
hopefully that, lets the community know some of these things. And thank you, Ken Stiles. He's our finance manager and obviously has an important role in accounting for all these transactions. What the warrants list is each month, an item comes before the city council that lays out every single payment that the city made during that month and to the vendors, and a small description of what those payments are for. The staff report also includes some additional details about vendors that receive larger payments throughout each month and some of the funding sources. And the whole purpose of this, of course, is transparency. Every penny we spend is tax dollars, unless it comes from a grant or other funding source, but it's important for the community to know that we're spending money prudently and have the opportunity to identify and call out areas that they're concerned about, and I think that's what we're doing tonight. So I will try to move through this quickly, and Ken, feel free to chime in on any of these items or answer any questions. The first item that I received a question about, and if you have the report, if you look at the upper right-hand corner, there are page numbers. On page 1 of the actual report, at the bottom, Alta Planning and Design, and this was for a total of $131,243. And this is for design and planning services for the Pacific Coast Bikeway Connectivity North project. This is the East Side Parallel Trail connection that will connect where the parallel trail along Highway 1 ends in front of Rocket Farms, and then resumes where the county just did a project last year in El Granada in the unincorporated portion of Miramar. It's a long-term project. We've been working on it for a while. We have several different grant funding sources, and we're hoping it's near completion. We actually had hoped to break ground on it this fall. Unfortunately, this trail, as all the parallel trails, falls within the Caltrans right-of-way, and we have to go through a process which sometimes can be very challenging. Councilmember Nagengast and Maz and myself and Leslie had a meeting with Caltrans today to talk about some issues, and this was one of them, the challenge that we have with getting our projects approved in their right-of-way. But we will continue to work on this. We know this is a very important connector, especially with that new county path, and these planning services are important to ensure that we're in compliance with Caltrans and the design is a safe and efficient design. The next item is on page 2, the American Energy Society. The American Energy Society is an organization that we contract with to operate the Coastside Ventures Studio out of the Opportunity Center. They provide a business incubator serving the coastside, which is funded by the county through an ARPA grant, and currently expires at the end of September. We're seeking additional funds to continue the programming, but that is what that funding is for. On page 3, Calendar and Associates, landscape architect. There's a few transactions, but ultimately it's a $1,000 stipend as part of the process to design what we hope will be a future farm worker memorial here in the community, recognizing the contributions of farm workers, but also the victims of the 2023 shooting. We hired 3 architectural firms to put some energy into designing what a memorial could look like, and for each of them, they received a $1,000 stipend, and then we own the rights to the design that they create. It's a similar process we used for the mural on Kelly Avenue for the Pumpkin Festival a few years ago. Those are one-time payments and only continue if we hire one of these architects to move forward with that project. And that is general fund that is being spent for that. On page 5, Cruzio Internet. Cruzio is a company out of Santa Cruz that operates internet services in Half Moon Bay. They bought and operate the former coastside.net infrastructure. In this case, we don't receive internet services. They host our domain name, HMBCC. Actually, it's not even that domain name. It's the legacy one that existed in the past, which will be phasing out. There's a new law that we have to go to a .gov internet domain. And so as we transition to that in the next few years, this will go away. On page 7, Gordon Huther Partners, Inc. Again, another one of the architectural firms that provided a conceptual design for the Farm Worker Memorial. On page 8, Half Moon Bay Paving and Grading. This is the funding to close out the Poplar Street project on the east side, which there's some additional work we're doing, but their part of the contract is closed out. Most of that was grant funded as well. At the bottom of that page, the Half Moon Bay Coastside Chamber of Commerce. There's 2 different funding sources and 2 different operations they're providing under contract with the city. The first is to manage the Opportunity Center of the Coastside with that ARPA grant that we received from the county. And so there's several payments related to that. The second is the city has a hotel business improvement district, which is where our local hotels tax themselves or tax their visitors, a small fee each night, which goes into a pot that is used for tourism, marketing, and advertising for the coastside. And the Chamber of Commerce has historically and continues to be the operating agency for those funds and activities. And so what you see there is simply the collection of those funds by the hotels that comes through the city and then goes to the chamber to administer that program. On page 9, there's a payment to Joaquin Jimenez, and this is simply a reservation for this building for an event that never happened and was canceled within our cancellation guidelines, and a refund for his payment, which there are several of these throughout the list here. Job Train Inc. at the bottom of that page also is operating services out of the Opportunity Center and is being paid out of the ARPA grant. Yes. Did I miss one?
Yeah, well, I just wanted, because as I was reading it, you actually gave me direction, okay, that's for that and that's for that. And I just want to be, so people understand there's connections for everything. So on page 8, Head and Heart Advisory, so bring that forward, because then that puts pieces together.
It's highlighted, but it's kind of light. Right. Yes, on page 8, Head and Heart Advisory, you see evaluation of 3 economic advancement centers. The Opportunity Center of the Coastside is an economic advancement center. It's a model that exists but was first shown in the county coming out of the pandemic by the city of South San Francisco. And the county really liked that model and has replicated it by funding us here. And then they opened their own in the North Fair Oaks neighborhood of Redwood City. We think it's important to, when you try something new, you evaluate it, you collect data, and you determine, is it effective? Is it an effective use of taxpayer dollars? And so the city received a grant from the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative to hire and administer a third-party arm's length evaluation of the 3 centers in San Mateo County to look at the work that they're doing to determine, are they being effective? Are there things that they could be doing differently to be more effective? And hopefully create, if so, additional information to help drive additional funding from philanthropy and grants. And so the Head and Heart Advisory is a firm that was hired to do that work using those funds from the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, and will help us to evaluate this at the end of September as the funding runs out from the county. On page 10, Carla's Janitorial Suppliers, LLC, we just approved a contract for them. This is the city's janitorial supplier. They provide janitorial services for all city facilities, parks, public restrooms, including the library, including the Opportunity Center of the Coastside, although that portion is paid for through those ARPA funds. And they will be providing janitorial services for the restrooms at Carter Park when it opens next month. The The next one is just an example so that people understand when they're reading this. Laura Kamadeka, and you see Intro to Odor, 5.5, Intro to Canine Nose. So Laura is what we call a contract instructor in our recreation programs. So we have some programs that our staff run, but we have a 3-person recreation team. And the way that we continue to offer recreation services, and it's a very common practice throughout cities around the country, is through contract instruction. And this is where a person that wants to teach a skill or something approaches the city and makes a proposal. And if we think it's a viable proposal and something good for the community, we contract with them to provide that class to the community. They set the rates and they collect the funds, and we keep 30% of the payments that are made to cover advertising, administration of registration, providing the facilities. And so you'll see these random kind of individual names throughout our warrants list, and often they are contract instructors. This is funding that wouldn't exist if they weren't offering the class, and it's their portion of those revenues. At the bottom of the page, you see Lisa Pope, meeting minutes. As you know, our director of the clerk and communications office left the city last month, and so we are obviously very short-staffed there right now, and so we have a third-party service that will go through and help complete our minutes for our meetings so we can get them posted to our website and have them available to the community. It's a service we use as needed to allow our existing staff here to take care of higher level duties and making sure that we're handling everything that department handles. Laurel Landscaping, again, this is another contract that was approved tonight. They provide the landscaping services for the medians. This goes back to the highway and Caltrans. As the city wants to see nicer things here in the community, sometimes we have to initiate projects or work with Caltrans to have nicer things in our community. And so one thing that we've worked really hard on over many decades is to have really nicely landscaped medians throughout the highways, both coming down 92 and on Highway 1, especially within the city limits. Working in a landscape median is a specialized task and requires specialized training and equipment. And we find it more cost effective to use a third party that does this type of work. And so they are our service provider for that. And that's what this payment is. That comes out of our general fund.
You on that one? I mean, that's something, I'm looking at that and I saw that and I read more in depth about it, and then it's at medians, and we've talked about it. I've brought it forward even before I was on council. Our medians are just, they need some help, and our town is like, we need to draw people in. And I think I mentioned it to Maz, and he said he was going to work on it too. I think take a look at your medians and really think what we've got. It's weeds. It doesn't look good. It's not what it was before when Marina Fraser got that contract and got that going. I think we should talk to them a little bit more about that. I don't want to interrupt what you're doing, but that was one of the things I want.
No, thank you. And as was noted in the contract, that particular contract hasn't been out for bid for like 8 years. And maybe that's a step in the future, is to go out to bid and kind of up everybody's game and see if there's a better service provider, or at least be able to work with the current service provider to make sure we're getting the services that we deserve here. Going down the list, Mercy Housing on page 11, Mercy Housing 555 Kelly ARPA draw. The county provided a grant for the 555 Kelly project for the pre-development and design work of $1.5 million. That grant is administered through the city to Mercy. And so this is the last draw under the current time period. The contract is still in place, but they're not able to, or we're not authorizing them to continue work until the council is able to publicly assess some of the terms of the lease agreement that we've been working on. We're looking at a special meeting in July to do that. This is just the final draw for work that they did back in May. There's a couple questions under the PG&E bills, and I'll just share. There was questions about our street lights and street trees. In talking with staff, we're really happy to be able to share that all of our street lights and tree lights are LED, and they're on timers based on the photovoltaic timers, so sunset and sunrise. And so This is an amenity that the community has wanted in the past, and there's a cost to it, but we believe that it adds to the environmental nature of our downtown and helps to create a really great atmosphere. That's a policy decision that could change in the future, but we believe that for providing that to the community, we're getting the best price we can with the equipment that we have there. Trying to see if there's any.
The only thing we talked about the library electrical only because they have solar, and I remember catching that the price was way up high, and I said to you that why is it so high? It was in that 2,000, 3,000 range, and then you looked into it. You said the panel was down. We didn't know about it, and so on that loop back, we have to have somebody making sure that we're checking with that app that the panels are up and running all the time.
Yeah. And what we found is when the panels went down, part of the issue is the whole system went down, which means we weren't getting the information we needed to monitor them. All of that's been rectified. The panels have been repaired, and you can see that's why the costs have gone way, way down.
And that's the other thing that's going to happen when we do the sheriff and we do the community center. I think you said, and City Hall potentially will have solar, so then we need to make sure that somebody's on board that can monitor that so we don't have the 3,000, 2,000 and bills coming in. They should be 50, 57, 54.
Yeah, or less.
Or less.
Yeah. So as you know, we're in the middle of an electric.
The library was labeled as zero, whatever.
Net zero energy.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Great. I'll try to move through the rest of this as quickly as I can. On page 14, Renaissance Entrepreneurship, again, one of the service providers at the OCC paid for through that ARPA grant. At the bottom of the page, Ring Central. This is our phone service provider, which we switched to, I think, about a year and a half ago, much superior to the phone services we had before. And it actually provides a suite of tools, including online meeting software, which we hope will eventually replace 90% of our Zoom accounts that we use for our online meetings here. We'll continue to use Zoom for public meetings. There's superior software for that. But for our day-to-day work, we believe that switching to Zoom Central will be a cost-effective approach, and we're moving towards that right now. Robert Half and Associates on the next page. We had some movement within some of our staff. Somebody left, and then we had some movement, and our admin services department was left without their administrative assistant. We find it cost-effective during vacancies to, rather than rush the process, use temp staff, and what you're seeing here is just payments for several months of temp staff work, and that will be ending soon, and we'll be looking at the future of that position with the council. The next one is, again, this is RHAA. This is the architects working on the design and engineering work for the Gateway project, which we'll be bringing an item to you in July to give you an update. It's been to the AAC several times, and we'll be bringing a discussion about that and looking for some policy direction very soon. But in the meantime, there's no more spending happening on that, but that is general funds. On page 16, Sewer Authority Midcoast side, this is, I think, the largest line item in this warrants list. This is, we contract with SAM to maintain our sewer infrastructure here within the city, and it's paid for through the sewer fees that are paid by our property owners. And we worked really hard on this over several years to make sure that we were getting good services and getting the right price for it. And we believe that SAM really does provide great services to us for this. But it is a significant part of our budget. It's not general fund dollars, but it's still an important part of our budget paid for by our community. Shute, Mahoney, and Weinberger is, of course, our city attorney law firm. And what you see here is a series of lawsuits that we're actively participating in, either defending or litigating. And of course, that comes at a cost. I think you have a couple updates you wanted to share tonight.
I do, thank you. I did want to note that this actually represents 2 months of billing just due to the timing of the warrants. This is, 2 months as opposed to just one because the prior month didn't have any billings due to just various different timing issues. But yeah, I would note that there are several lawsuits on them. 2 of them have actually settled recently. The Champs-Élysées lawsuit and the Hoon lawsuit, I recently reported out on both of those. So that is a good thing in terms of reducing legal fees. I'll hand it back off to you.
Thank you, Catherine. The bottom of that page, soil ecology, this is biological assessment for, it's monitoring services and assessment services for the Stone Pine Cove project. It's a requirement of a construction project, especially with such proximity to the creek. And this is being paid for through funding we received from the state of California to support that project. And of course, that is winding down very quickly with move-ins starting next month. On page 17, Studio Folia, this is the third firm that provided a proposal for the farm worker memorial. Third and final firm. The next item, SWCA Incorporated, this is a firm that we work with to do biological monitoring on a bunch of other projects, which you can see here. And again, a necessary part of the work we do here in the coastal zone with our sensitive habitats and vulnerable species here.
On that
yeah.
one, okay, on the Pilorcitos Creek fencing and rehabilitation, you gave me a specific area, which I thought was good to note.
Right.
Also, it doesn't really show you that there.
This work is a city project for protecting our creekside properties, starting behind Safeway and continuing to the bridge next to Burger King. A future phase, we hope to continue all the way down to the edge of the Highway 1 right-of-way for Caltrans. Some people might think that this is related to the work that we see happening or saw happening. It's been stopped at the intersection of 92 and 1, but that's private property. This is not part of that project. This is on our properties behind Safeway. And the purpose of it really is to protect that habitat. We've had issues with encampments, and so we're hoping that fencing will protect that area and keep our creek clean and safe. The bottom of that page, T-Mobile USA. Because of the sensitive infrastructure we have here on the coast, the city has multiple internet service providers, and that provides redundancy for when one inevitably goes down, that the city can continue its operations, especially as it pertains to emergency response and supporting the community. T-Mobile is one of those backups. They provide 5G wireless service to several of our facilities that back up if Comcast goes down, which is our primary service provider. Cruzio is just hosting our website. This is internet services, and Comcast is our primary internet service provider. I'll note that the EOC has satellite internet service as a backup, because in a true and natural disaster, that is probably the only internet you're going to get. The last major list is Wells Fargo. These are the credit card payments we make. We issue some of our staff credit cards to make purchases that don't rise to the level of needing a full PO or a contract. And it's important to be able to see these types of transactions as well. A couple of items that stood out to council and were pointed out to me. And I'll also share that this process that we're going through now, I mean, this happens at multiple levels within the organization. I sign off on all the transactions. When the credit cards are finalized, I review every single credit card statement. When this report is published, I go through it line by line and ask a lot of questions, because there's no way for me to know everything that's going on every single day, but it's important for me to understand how we're spending our money and to be able to change course if needed, much like you're doing with us here tonight. In this list, I'll just point out a few things that stood out to people. There's some big expenditures for trash bags here. A reminder that the city owns and services, in conjunction with Republic, many public trash cans, whether they're street cans, in our parks, in our facilities. And one of the things we're doing right now is switching to all clear bags so that the sorting is done properly and effectively. We don't want to cross-contaminate recyclables with compost, with other things. And this was a big purchase of those clear bags as we finally are burning through the remainder of our other bags. There are some, you'll see lodging for training. Sometimes we have to send staff to a training that's not here in the community, or a conference that's not here in the community, and they have to stay at a hotel. Sometimes those costs can look excessive. In the case of several of these, just a reminder that these are usually multi-day trainings with multiple nights at a hotel. staff understand that they look for the most cost-effective option, and they're not looking for expensive hotels. They're looking for something that's clean and safe, but affordable. And whenever people travel, it's something we talk about before they go so that we're assured that they're using the city's money properly. I think that's it for the credit cards. And then the last item that was brought to my attention, West Coast Arborists. There's a sizable charge on page 21. You know, our staff are talented at many things, but we don't have an arborist on staff. And when you're cutting trees, again, especially in this environmentally sensitive area where we have nesting birds and we have to be really careful about the work that we do, we find it cost effective to hire a professional arborist crew to come in and do work. These charges are significant because they're beyond routine maintenance. This was a removal of some sick trees on Main Street that we were concerned about, and at Smithfield. And so this I would call this a one-time charge. We have some ongoing maintenance work with them, but this is a one-time project that we're paying for here. And that, again, comes out of our general fund. So happy to answer questions about any of the other charges that you see here. These were the ones that were brought to my attention by council or stood out to me as I went through it. I'll share that as we go through this, I think we've made some refinements to this process, and I'm continuing to work with staff to make sure that when we code transactions, we're being as descriptive as possible so that we don't have to leave anything to anybody's imagination. People can look at it and say, oh, okay, that's what they're spending their money on. And of course, there will still be questions and concerns, but you know, as you can see, we work really hard to spend our money on the right things and do it in a cost-effective way. Most of our spending is done through competitive bid processes to make sure we're getting fair prices and good services. So happy to answer any other questions.
Matthew, I just want to point out, because people didn't see, I mean, the only reason why I caught that, I mean, I'm looking at the trash bags. It was the same date, big number, and then you scroll down, same date, big number, and I'm like, why isn't it, you know, and that just was the reason why. It's just understanding. And then the other one was the electrical box repair. I pointed out that it would be good to know what building it is so that if we see, oh, same building, so we can kind of see a trend. Okay, something's going on in that building, and that's what I'm trying to do, is just get a grasp of like, where's the problem, and are we still having a problem down there?
Yeah, and that's where our transaction descriptions can become more detailed. And yeah, to your point on those Wells Fargo charges, you'll just see one day for all of it. It's not that one day a month everybody goes out and uses their credit cards. That's the day we paid the bill to Wells Fargo. So that's why they show up on the same day.
Just quick, thank you, that helps out. I was the one that had some of those questions myself. Thank you for answering. Just a couple other follow-ups. I noticed in the four-leaf warrants, there's Stone Pine Cove, there's 880 Stone Pine, there's on-call versus building official versus combined building inspector. So kind of, is that really all the same thing? They're just coming under different lines, or they get reimbursed differently? Why is that showing up differently?
Leslie could probably answer this the best, and she's standing up, so I'm going to let her do that, and then I can clarify anything else.
Sorry. So the 880 Stone Pine is specific to Stone Pine because it's coming out of the Affordable Housing Fund. So they were tracking their hours on that as they were inspecting. We have the on-call building official services is our building inspector. And then for the, what was the other one that you called?
Stone Pine Cove.
Oh, that's the same. It's just two different
So now
people calling it different things.
We're calling it Stone Pine Cove now, right? That is its name.
I mean, that's the name of the property,
you're correct.
but I think to Leslie's point, different people fill out their time cards in different ways.
Right.
And again, that's a way we can
So
simplify
880
it.
Stone Pine's the courtyard.
Well, the whole property is still currently 880 Stone Pine. Well, no, it's not, because we completed the
830,
vision.
right?
So 830 Stone Pine is the new housing project. So that's just a legacy. When the project started, it was 880 Stone Pine. And so if someone was working on it that whole time, they didn't change how they coded it.
So,
And quickly, do we have a credit card policy, the city official?
We do. We have an administrative policy regulating the use of credit cards here at the city.
Okay, great. And then you're absolutely right to periodically bid some of these larger service contracts. I've always found it keeps everybody up, you know, and doing the best they can at all times. So thank you for the information.
I think it's important to point out that these bills are already paid, right? So we're not authorizing them to be paid, they've already been paid, just so you understand that.
I understand, but I got a lot of phone calls from people that are questioning, and I thought this was a good, and I talked to Matthew. I didn't want to bog us down, but I just want to get it out there that I am looking, and we are looking, and there's an answer for everything.
okay. I'd like to move that we accept the warrants list for the month of May 2025. Get a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Motion passed. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll see you all back here at 9:10 exactly. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session, and we're going to start with resolutions and staff reports. Item 3A, fiscal year 2025-26 recommended operating and capital budget, and we will first have a staff report.
All right. Hello, Mr. Mayor, Council, members, and members of the public. This presentation is to show you the recommended budget for next fiscal year 2025-26, which starts on July 1st. This year is a bit different, though. We are launching an online platform for our budget, something called ClearGov. And along with me, I have Brian Lopez, our IT analyst, and he's going to introduce it and give a demonstration on how it works.
Good evening. There we go. So as you can see on the screen, you've got two little screenshots kind of highlighting two different parts of this. And we're really proud of this. ClearGov is a great platform that's going to allow us to honestly get the budget into more people's hands and hopefully make it a lot clearer and easier for people to understand. And rather than reading through it, I just want to actually show you guys what it's gonna look like. First up is our transparency module. And what's really great about this is it's actually gonna show not only the future budget, but it's actually gonna be able to show our current year numbers and how it relates to our budget. And so you'll start to see when you look at these numbers, you're gonna see our total budgeted numbers. You'll actually be able to see transactional information, how much we're spending in certain areas, and again, how it relates to our total budget, both our expenditures and our revenues. You'll be able to see it in different forms, whether it be a bar chart, pie chart, and all of that, and as well as historical years as well. Some additional really nice information as well. You're gonna be able to see demographics, our total debt, and all of that in a really easy to use format. And hopefully that'll help the public to better understand where we're spending and all of that. We are also going to have the option of being able to see our projects. So eventually we can have CIP projects in here, as well as well, a few other things. Basically anything financial you're going to be able to see in here. And this will be updated regularly, no less than once a quarter. But generally, whenever we're updating our financial system, we would be updating this as well. So it should give a really, really, really accurate view of our city financials. The next thing I want to show you is the budget itself. And so this new platform basically is going to take everything away outside of the PDF, which is not as accessible. And it's going to bring it into this format here, which is viewable on multiple different types of devices, whether it be a phone, a tablet, obviously a computer here. You can print it, and you even have the option of printing certain pages as well, or sharing it with others in a nice, easy to use format. One of the biggest advantages here is that this is screen reader capable, where historically it has not been, which also makes us more compliant with new laws that are coming up here in the next year. So we're really excited about it. We will have the links up after budget adoption, at which point then the public will be able to go ahead and start exploring and using this new platform. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ken.
All right, so thank you, Brian. So as you can imagine, this budget has been in development for a few months, essentially the beginning of the year. And as you can see on the timeline, we started off with listening sessions back in February, and then there was a priority setting in March. We took a rough draft of the budget to the Finance Subcommittee in May. And then from there, we presented the first draft to a full council last meeting on June 3rd. At that meeting was a chance for us to get any feedback and get some direction from council. And we're here tonight with the recommended budget for hopefully for adoption. So last meeting is much more detailed, and of course our actual budget document shows everything. But here are some very high-level summaries and highlights. Revenues are estimated to be about $23.8 million, about an increase about $2.9 million. The bulk of that is, of course, Measure R, the sales tax increase that was approved by voters past November. Also in that increase is one-time revenues of about $900K from withdrawing from our sheriff savings account. And then finally, the city just completed a comprehensive fee study, which will go into effect in August. So a fee study, as council members, is just an analysis of our fees against how much it costs for any particular service. On the expenditure side, we were able to decrease our expenditure slightly overall, but it has been a bit of a challenge for us. Some of our more obligated expenditures, things like public safety, pension, those have been going up year over year, but we were able to scale back on some items to dampen the effect of the overall increase. So this year, expenditures are down by about $300K, but again, this is a pretty tight budget as far as there's not much discretionary things left. Overall, our reserves at the end of next year will be projected to be $8.8 million, which is 36% of our operating expenditures. So we do have a structural deficit that we've been working at for a while now, and we continue to look for ways to minimize it, and it has been challenging for us. This year, we did a number of things to kind of balance the deficit or minimize it as much as we can going into next fiscal year. We decreased departmental expenditures. The big one, of course, is being the CARES program. This was a program that was fully funded by grants. Those grants have since expired, so we are foregoing that program. Scaled back, as council knows, scaled back on the CSFA grants by about $100K, adopting a wait and see, revisit at mid-year if there's additional funds there. We also limited the Currents magazine to only 2 issues. Additionally, we've integrated CIP programs into operating budgets, a bit of a net decrease. It is more of a shifting or of a restructuring, but it was a little bit of a savings we couped from that. As mentioned previously, we're withdrawing about $900K from our sheriff savings account, and this is one-time monies, but we are withdrawing it to help manage the deficit this year or this coming year. And another big one is we're holding off on contributing to the risk management fund. This is about $550K of savings. So normally every year, the general fund pays a portion for the risk management fund. And for next year, we decided to forego that contribution. Then last but not least is the use of prior year savings. So every year, we tend to be conservative, and we generally come in under budget, which produces savings for us, and we tend to use those savings for the next fiscal year. So we're anticipating that the current fiscal year that we're in, that we're going to have some savings, and go ahead and apply that for next year's, but towards the deficit of next year.
Ken, can I make a couple of quick clarifications? On the sheriff's savings account, the reason that exists is the county by state law has to charge us for actual service provided. They can't give us a discount or cut us a deal. They legally are obligated to charge us for the services that we receive. Well, we pay in advance for those services, and so they can only make a prediction each year of what it will cost us to receive those services. And then at the end of the year, they do a reconciliation. And historically, going back my entire time here over 8 years, there's savings every single year from what we paid. And they just put that money into an escrow account that sits, and then we can withdraw from it at any point. When we were doing really well financially, we just let it grow and grow and grow. Some of that money has been used for, I think some of that money was used for work on the substation a few years ago. It's been used to help balance the budget the last couple of years. It is a one-time funding source, but it's an account that grows every year because of the way our setup is with the sheriff's office. And to me, it's the right approach because we don't want them to be so precise with their budgeting, and then there's an emergency, something happens, we have to pay a bunch of overtime, and now we owe them money at the end of the year. So this is kind of like, you know, you pay your taxes and then you get a refund at the end of the year. So it's not, we would not be able to withdraw $900,000 a year from it, but on average, there's about $250,000 a year that goes into that account that is available for us to use, and hopefully we'll not have to use in the future, and it can go towards public safety or some other initiatives here in the city. Similarly, the Risk Management Fund is a fund that there's a calculation of how much we need to put into it each year, assuming that there's going to be claims and charges against it. We've been, you know, very fortunate. I think we have prudent practices. We've done a lot of the right things. And that fund has grown year over year over year. And the reason the council decided to suspend that one-time contribution this year is because we have plenty of money sitting in there to cover estimated costs plus some. This isn't a practice we want to do on an ongoing basis, but it's kind of a shuffle of money because this money could come out of our general fund and go into that restricted fund and could only be used for risk management claims. In this case, we're not going to put it there. We're going to leave it in the general fund in our reserves, and those are general reserves, which means they could be used for anything, including a risk management claim. So really that move is more about flexibility with our funding than saving money. So just wanted to point those two things out.
All right, so here is the entire general fund budget summary. Revenues, $23 million, 23.8. Operating expenditures, $24 million. Capital transfers are $985. That leaves us with a deficit for next year at 1.4. But it's really important to note here that this budget contains a lot of temporary or one-time revenues or savings, as mentioned. The sheriff not contributing to the risk management fund. If we didn't do those two items, the ongoing structural deficit for next year would have been $3 million. So we were able to bring it down a little bit, but it is something. $3 million is kind of the marker of what we're working with in future fiscal years. Here we have our fund balances and reserves, what they would be at the end of next fiscal year at June 30th, 2026. And that first table, you can see in the first column the 24-25 current estimate. This is the estimate for the fiscal year that we're currently in. We're estimating that we're going to have an unassigned fund balance of 1.6, and we'll be using that to fill the deficit for next year. And then you can see in the 25-26 column for the budget, those unassigned balances would be 0. So the unassigned funds will fill the gap, and then the excess will be sent to reserves, and this is per the reserve policy. Overall, our reserves would be $8.8 million, or 36% funded. Our target is 50.
Can I make one other clarification? You see in the fiscal year 25-26 budget, unassigned fund balance is 0. That's simply because you don't estimate at the beginning of a fiscal year that you're going to have savings at the end of the year. That comes through our activities as a city throughout the year. Historically, we always have savings at the end of the year. I would hope that we're continue to be fiscally prudent, even with the budget that we've been given, and make good decisions to save money throughout the year, and that we would have a fund balance at the end of the year. But it's not something we would include as a firm prediction at this time, and it wouldn't be included in the budget. So just to clarify that if there's questions.
So that's all I have for council tonight. I'm here to take any questions, but of course the recommendation is as follows. Approve resolutions to establish the GAN appropriation limit for fiscal year 2025-26. Approve the city's review of the investment policy, no changes for fiscal year 25-26. And then adopt the fiscal year 25-26 annual operating and capital budget.
Thank you. Before we go on to public comment, we'll have any clarifying questions. I know we've seen this budget quite a few times at this point, and so there's nothing new here. Two things I'll ask just to repeat. We're still waiting to see how much we actually collect in our new sales tax, right? We have predictions, but we're waiting on that. And we're also waiting to see if we can renew that golf fee contract, right? Which was bringing in around $750,000 or something.
Well, that funding, the golf course fee, which is charged to non-resident golfers here in Half Moon Bay, remains through this fiscal year and into the next fiscal year for part of the year. So it's something we'll be working on for future fiscal years, not this fiscal. It won't change this fiscal year's budget.
Great, got it. Thank you. Hey, any other clarifying questions at this point?
Sorry, that does remind me, though, I apologize. One of the things that is included as an assumption in this budget pertains to the vehicle license fee. And correct me if I'm wrong, we did not change that since the last meeting. So we're very conservative with that funding source because even though it's an ongoing funding source that we're supposed to be entitled to, the state has really been working over the years to not provide that to the county and cities. And it's kind of a fight every year. And in most years, it doesn't get settled until midway through the budget. So we're just really, really conservative with what we budget for that. That is the case here this year as well. I am pleased to say that full funding was included in the governor's budget or in the state budget that was approved earlier this week. There's a big push to remind the governor how important this is so that he'll sign off on it and get it through. So we're hopeful on it. It's not a life-changing amount of money, but it is an important funding source. And if and when we receive it, then it'll be included during the mid-year.
Thank you. Did you have a question? Oh.
How much do we pay on the library debt each year?
562,000.
562. How many years do we have left?
It was a 10-year note, and it expires in 2029, 2030.
What's the balance at this point?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I can get that for you.
And I'm just wondering if it's worth trying to find a way to pay that off sooner? Like, selling the Glen Cree property and using it to pay off the library loan? So we're not carrying that every year? Just an idea. That property sitting there. I know there's not much we can do with Beechwood because it's largely wet. But, we might consider a land transaction to pay off the library and just get out from underneath that. That would be a significant amount of money, I think. And then I just wanted to make sure that the budget that's before us doesn't include any restructuring yet.
That's correct. The way the current budget is built, we have several vacant positions within the city that we've strategically held open so that we could look at doing a restructure to better align with your priorities and our core services. Those positions remain funded in this budget, but unfilled, and they will not be filled until we work with the council on a restructuring plan and get approvals for that. And as mentioned before, I would love for the council to set up an ad hoc committee to work with myself and the department head team on evaluating that kind of a restructure as soon as we get into the new fiscal year.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. I know that there was some sort of fuzzy recommendation that maybe we make one change now, but I think we ought to just postpone that for the time being and just
Okay.
deal with it all. Yeah.
When I get to the council priorities, that's where I was going to
okay.
share that recommendation.
Oh, all right.
I'd still like to share it and then get your
Sure.
feedback and see where we go from there.
Okay.
Can
Those are
I,
clarifying questions.
can I answer Ms. Ruddock's question? So the library alone has $2.2 million left to pay.
Thank you. Did you have a question? Clarifying question? Okay. Whoops. Open up public comment. Public comment is now open. We have one comment for Paulette Eisen. Yeah, 3 minutes, Paulette. Thank you.
Okay, I'm wondering where everybody else is on such an important topic. Okay, I'm here to support my city council member to do the right thing when it comes to overseeing the city budget. I voted for him for exactly this reason, as I was unhappy with the previous council's handling of the city's finances after we clearly heard from Ken a year and a half ago that the city was facing financial difficulties if they continued to spend the way they had been spending. The concern was going into using our reserves, which were there for unforeseen emergencies. Our budget problems were foreseen over a year ago. This is not what our reserves are for, and we should not be depleting our reserves. Budget timing. The state budget comes out in January for review. Our budget came out, I think, a week before it's being voted on. Our city council members need to insist that our city manager have a budget draft at least 2 months earlier. This really should be part of the city manager's job description. This needs to happen ahead of time so that people have an opportunity to look at it, to think about it, and to contact their city council members and ask questions or voice concerns. And by the way, this online budget looks wonderful. Like, that will help a lot for people to be able to understand what's going on budget-wise. And I also think we really should have a citizens financial committee to do exactly that task of looking over the budget and, as I say, talking to their representative and voicing their concerns and any questions. Right now, I'm not seeing in this budget much in the way of cuts, of expenditure cuts. And I think that that's pretty important given what we're looking at. And so I really hope that at least my council member and hopefully the rest of you will be looking very seriously at that part of the whole budget process. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't think there's anyone online, correct?
Correct. No online speakers.
Okay. Public comment is now closed. Deliberations, is there anything anyone wants to say? Oh, sure.
So we're not using any general fund for the Opportunity Center. It will continue to be funded with grants. Okay, that was an important question. And I understand that the contracts actually expire in September, so some funding will have to be found for them by then.
Yeah, if we don't find additional outside funding, those programs will have to wind down. And there's a very active process among the service providers and in collaboration with the city to identify funding to keep the operations going.
Okay, so I just want to make the comment that, looking at our primary funding sources, which are TOT, sales tax, and property tax, rather than jumping into going to the voters and asking for more, We probably, at some point, will have to do that, but I think we want to look at ways of boosting our sales tax, by encouraging businesses and incentivizing, new businesses. The more we exercise care over our built environment, with maintenance and things, and continue services and programs, then we support property taxes because it becomes a desirable place to live. I've noticed, looks like we're actually declining in population. So I think a good strategy is to try to boost the funding sources that we have by, various initiatives, pairing that with some smart cuts. The more services you reduce, the less likely you make this a town that people want to live in and buy into. But I want us to build on what we have, and we need to get that Hyatt Hotel approved by the Coastal Commission, for one. But let's work with the base we have and try to make it the best that we can. So that's all the remarks I have right now on the budget. So.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I concur. Well said. Okay, well.
Mr. Mayor, could I make one last statement? We've heard it a lot that cuts are important, and they are an important part of balancing a budget like this. And I get that people may not think it's apparent. We have pointed out a few programs that I think result in about $750,000 of savings over what would have been spent if we continued them this year. But one thing I want to point out when you look at our budget and our spending trajectory, and I like looking at the budget itself. And so if you go to page 60 or 81 in the budget book itself, just from the PDF, there's a table, and this shows up in many places, general fund expenditures by type, and it shows actual spending plus the budget over several years. And in 2023, which is coming out of the deficit, we spent a little over $22 million. In 2024, which we know was a time of massive inflation, our costs went up to over $26 million. That's a huge jump. Since then, this current fiscal year and what we're proposing, we've actually gone down year over year in actual and proposed spending. But you have to compare that to the fact that there are a lot of things that are going up outside of our control, as was mentioned. The costs of long-term obligations on pension, which we can't eliminate. We're in a good position as a city with our pensions because, unfortunately, when the city went through really dire times in the early 2000s or 2010s, we lost most of our staff. And the new staff that we hire fall into a different pension structure that the state set up, which is much more sustainable. And so we're in a very good position with our pension obligations, but we don't have control over CalPERS and how they do their assumptions and what they charge us. So that goes up without our control. There's inflationary costs that are outside of our control. Our contracts with the county obviously go up outside of our control. And so the fact that year over year, not only have we not gone up the way that we're seeing inflation go up, we're trying to actually go down, is reflective of lots and lots of small cuts that have been made over the last several years. So I recognize that it may not be flashy cuts. There's a few over the past few years, that programs we've lost. But there are lots of things that we as staff and you as the council are doing to try to rein in the costs, because flat costs in an environment like this, an inflationary environment like this, are cuts. We are reducing our costs over time. And so that's something we're going to have to continue. And I think council member, or the vice mayor, put it really clearly. Smart, and I added to my notes, strategic cuts. when we make cuts, we have to be thoughtful about how it impacts the community and our ability to boost the revenues that we already have. So that's what we're doing. We welcome the community's input and their feedback as we do this. But I'm grateful for the work that Lisa and Ken and the team have done to really help us to rein in these costs. And it comes at sacrifice across the organization. It comes at a sacrifice to things that you want to see happen as council members representing the community. All of it is with the goal of getting to a fiscally and structurally sustainable budget so that we can start looking at those new things that we want to add to serve the community. So we appreciate your support in all this.
And I would also add that a lot of staff here works more hours than they're getting paid for. And that's to sustain the level of services. So that's what I know to be true. Staff work long hours. When there's emergencies, they're not always getting overtime at all. So it's a very dedicated staff here. And that's what so far kept that level of services here. We didn't expect a $2 million increase in the sheriff's budget. And it takes a little time to recover from that kind of debt. And I think there have been structural changes. Every department cut back 10 to 15%. So, when public says, oh, we're not making enough cuts, I would disagree with that. And if you look around this county, there's quite a few cities in a lot worse shape than we are. All we have to do is look north. So we're not doing that bad. And we do have some, reserves here for emergencies. So considering all the price increases, the inflation, the fact that the state, when it cuts its budget, that money used to trickle down through the county. And we would get some help there in a lot of our expenses, but that's not happening anymore. So I think we're doing the right thing. We're figuring out, our way forward. And I also, as Matthew said, agree with Vice Mayor Ruddick that we can see, what can we continue doing, to bring more business into the town. But it's tough. And in terms of property tax, I don't know. I see a lot of expensive houses being sold, so I'd like to see those numbers actually, how much they've really reduced percentage-wise or not. So, I see a lot of the sales numbers for homes, and they're expensive homes here. There's a lot of property tax. I wouldn't mind if we got another percentage worth from the county, but it's based on population, how much property tax we get, and we only get 7%. People often say, well, I pay a lot of property tax. Well, the city only receives, I think it's around 7% from the county of the property tax. And that's because it's a big county with a lot of other larger cities, and that's how it's apportioned. So just wanted to add that in.
Thank you. And I just want to preface, I want to say something again, because it's peppered in the budget, and I'll continue on why I want to say this is the deficit is structural in nature, not sustainable, and remains an ongoing significant fiscal challenge for the city. And I think it's very important that I think council recognizes that. The staff has. We've acknowledged what staff has been doing to cut back as much as they can on costs, but that comes at a cost, whether it's for the staff themselves or services that the community expects. And that was the priority, that we tried to be mindful of what we can or can't do in the community. This is all a balance. I look at, and I assume some of the savings last year was from the vacant positions that weren't necessary. And I know there will be more discussion about that since this restructure, because the salary schedule we did approve, that we authorized, we haven't approved it yet because we authorized the city manager to sign it, because it was in the consent item, but there's 7 unfilled vacant positions there. And 4 of those were high level, over $750,000 in salary alone, add benefits. That's almost $1 million. So I believe there can be some strategic thought process in our reorganizations to make sure we're going to not only do what the community expects us to do, be thoughtful of the future. Because when I looked at the timelines where the structural deficit, and it's just, was presented in the budget, but it showed in the fiscal year 29-30 where the revenues and expenditures were finally met. That's only because we dropped out almost $3.5 million out of the contracts. So that's the other item I think wasn't mentioned maybe enough, that there were some contracts that authorized the city manager to enter into tonight, but there's a lot of them that aren't going to be done, much of the smaller contracts. There might be some others, but that's another area we will be looking at, whether it's the larger contracts or smaller ones, to make that deficit smaller. And we don't know, I think the mid-year is going to be so important for us to see trends, and I think it's going to dictate more what we're going to do. And I also agree, I think a budget process would be beneficial if we could start it sooner, especially, with there's so many unknowns in the world, but just what's coming to light to us now is how we're going to, what happens if revenue's not what we're thinking it is. So absolutely midterm will be something we'll be looking at to continue this work in progress. I've said this before, I wish we haven't gone more than 1 year. We've taken this just 1 year, and that's why there's monies available. We've seen there's not going to be these kind of monies available if needed next year. So that's why I want the community to know we're listening to what you have to say. We're also looking at what you told us were priorities, and we're trying to find that balance to be able to provide the best level of service that we can to the community. I also concur with fellow council members, mayor and vice mayor, talking about how we increase revenues here. How do we get people to, back with a letter, to spend money, come here and spend money? Anytime, anything we can do at our beach parking lots to bring them downtown, I think that would be fantastic, just to get them here. So I want the community to know that, I spent a lot of time on this budget this weekend, and hopefully it's going to get easier. It was 300-something pages on paper, but if the electronic version, online, live, and I don't know how often that will be updated. I don't know if we set a policy yet on that, where department heads will do it, or if it has to go through a gatekeeper to speak, but that's something we should probably look at, how, relevant information, how up to date that information is, especially now it can be live. We can have it, most up to date information for everybody to look at. So this is hard. I've been through a few from the staff side. The big one I remember was the aughts, the .com, .gone. That happened, and then the Great Recession, the 07, 08, and it's hard. And we tried to come up with these reserves that when it does hit the fan, we have that available. So I want us to replenish any of our reserves that still need some. There's one that still needs a little bit more, but I'm not totally panicking yet. But I'm aware of it. I acknowledge it. And I think that's something we need to do a better job of, is how can we, instead of trying to ask the community to give us more money, make sure we are doing absolutely what's necessary and/or what the community expects of us.
Thank you. When you're talking about reserves, I also want to add, we didn't even have these reserves till about 4 years ago when City Manager Nesbitt, we established them. And who the heck expected COVID? And who expected, you know, these basic, not basic, these catastrophes that affected all cities. It affected, we lost tons of money in terms of hotel occupancy tax, which is our main resource. So even if these were, you know, inflation times, recession, you know, those kind of, well, hopefully once in a lifetime events, but I just don't think we can, you know, forget about what we had to deal with that put us in this situation. I don't think it was from overspending. I don't think it was from poor accounting. And there's things we have to be really smart about. If we don't fill, let's say we decide not to backfill X number of positions, and then we have staff left that has to take on a lot more responsibilities. So, you know, to Paul's point, balancing what people are hoping for in terms of priorities and expectations with the amount of people we have to provide those services. And if there's people here who are being asked to take on more responsibility, and we're saving big budget amounts by not backfilling, because you add in, like you said, benefits and salary, et cetera, those are pretty expensive. So, and we want to keep staff morale, and we want to keep staff, period. So we might be making, you know, smart decisions. Not backfill a certain number of positions, opportunity to promote other folks and pay them more because they're taking on more responsibility, but balance-wise, we're still saving a lot. So I'm thinking those are some of the restructuring decisions, you know, we have to think about. If, you know, people are talking about making those kind of cuts and restructuring, but just do it smartly. And, you know, we have great staff. A lot of other cities look to hire away our staff. So, you know, the way to retain staff is to make sure they're, especially if they're taking on a lot more. And there's two ways to look. You know, people always say that phrase, do more with less. There's also the expression, well, where should we do less with less? Because we can't deliver on every expectation and every kind of service. So we have to do that as well. Okay.
One of the things that I've been thinking about is we talk a lot about how we've got to increase our revenue from sales tax, from TOTs. And that the way we're going to do that is by boosting our Main Street, by increasing our businesses' ability to draw in traffic and make money. I know Councilmember Nagengast has been working a little bit with the downtown. And I think that is going to be critical. If we are really serious about expecting more sales tax revenue, we've got to put some muscle behind that. We've got to just make a decision about what is the role of the city here? What is the role of the businesses? How can we support the businesses without financially boosting, giving them money, and still expect them to bring in money? So it's not an easy thing to do, but I think it's a place where we want to put a lot of our effort. And I think there are members of our city staff, like Karen Decker, for instance, who are, you know, excellent at working with the businesses downtown. I'd like to see that become a stated focus, not just an idea, but something that we put some muscle behind.
Thank you.
I've been working with Colleen, Crystalline, and Cameron, and Betsy, and Keaton Earhand on basically trying to boost the downtown, make it look good. Paul's been doing the morning shifts, and I've been doing the evening shifts, meaning anything after 5:30, I'm there. He's there at 9:30. The incentive for downtown to boost is there. We all are working good together. We've had a meeting, I think you guys had a meeting with Maz, or Maz was at the meeting to find out who, what, where, and who does what. That was so we have the groundworks of what's to take place, not to overstep our boundaries with the union representatives. With Matthew told me we have to tread lightly on that. We have to make sure we don't mess anything up. We're slowly evolving and knowing what we can do and part of my thing is I'd love to get the businesses going. As a small business owner myself, I'm full support of trying to help anybody, and I'm fielding calls all the time. I'm meeting on Saturdays and Sundays, and we're getting there. Like Keaton Earhand just cleared that property on Goat Hill after I asked him. I said, that old rusty fence, that's your first gateway coming down into Half Moon Bay. And I want him to work on a little bit more, and he's been willing to do that. As you notice, it looks better. And then the white billboard, we should get rid of that, so that when you're first entering Half Moon Bay, the experience begins. And then as we get down to the end, we talked about this archway sign. If you look at the street lighting there, I mean, you just have this one little sign that says Main Street. If we could utilize that sign right there, that for the what do they call it? The lights, stop lights. All we need is basically saying Main Street in a larger sign, and then maybe Keaton Earhand's property, that Goat Hill, we could actually have a sign there that says visit historic downtown, and have something there. And even I was thinking on the walls that he has, because if you go to Santa Cruz, you see a lot of murals. Murals are big. They're all over the place. And if you enter into south of going into Santa Cruz, you'll see the octopus and the blue whale. Keith's got 2 walls right there. If we were able to do a mural of saying visit historic Half Moon Bay instead of the cement wall, just being creative. The pathway going on where Oddfellows is, it's got weeds, it's got dirt mounds. You can't take a wheelchair down there, a scooter or a bicycle without falling in there. Our first impression of coming down 92 is not a very clean one. It doesn't look good. We need to spend time. I'm willing to grab a shovel, grab some people, and Crystalline said she would do it, Cameron said he would do it, and just start cleaning it up if we have to do that. That's what I'm, power washing, whatever it is, I'm all game, but what I'm trying to say is we can rise up as a community. We can do this, and we can actually draw people in. And then when we start working on the bridge, that's gonna be another big benefit. All these little things, as we slowly do this thing, and then if the planners come out on Main Street and 4th of July is a hit, and Carter Park starts becoming active. We have the tools. We need to start using these tools. Our town is unique. It's Disneyland, if I've ever seen it. It's a great town. It's a beautiful town. Just people don't even, I've run into people at It's Italia that they were so excited to have dinner, and they didn't know who I was. We were just talking randomly, and they said, we stumbled on this Main Street. We stumbled on It's Italia. We've been coming here for the last month and a half. So people don't know it. We need to make sure that they know it. We have travel issues. We don't know what kind of traveling we're going to have coming into the U.S. The way things are going right now, with Councilwoman Penrose said, there's a lot of tension. People don't want to come here because of this. I was overseas. They don't want you bringing up Trump or anything like that, and no political stuff. It's basically you almost don't even want to bring that up. So they're scared to come over here. They don't feel comfortable. So if I went on that horseback ride at Sea Ranch, which I thought was interesting, and what I was doing is I rented a horse to go evaluate, because Willa wanted me to see the facility because she's up for contract. So I paid $140 and went riding, and I met some people there. Just like what Crystalline said, so it's good to network with people and understand. I say, as you're in that little photo booth getting the pictures, I asked each person where they're from. They are from exactly what Crystalline said. Modesto, Bakersfield, all the hot spots. So we need to advertise in the hot spots within California, bring the people that are in California to our town. And that's where, and people at the fire pit, I interviewed a bunch of people at the fire pit when Rick was having the fire pit kickoff, and he wasn't there, and I was waiting around, so I thought I'd talk to some people. Guess where they were from? Same place, the hot spots. Let's just use that term, the hot spots. The other term I want to use is let's clean up I call it the four corners. You got 7-Eleven. I try to get a hold of the manager that owns that place because we don't have non-native plants in there, ice plants. I'm not a fan of ice plants. I've got a hold of Tina Menitis. She's all willing to do whatever she has to do, even though there's red tagged right now. We'll get beyond that. She wants us to do something nice there. You got 7-Eleven. You got Keaton Airhand. We have all the key players ready to go. We just have to come up with a plan. So it starts looking good. I think we're almost there. We just got to keep the momentum going. That's going to draw revenues in. It's sad that we only have 40% or 36% is TOT, and that's what this town is really relying on. And I know the sales tax is there, but it was a little low, of course, and then the property taxes were a little low. Some of them were meeting demands, but some weren't, but there wasn't much. There wasn't much variations. That's what I think. I had a question, and I know it might be a stupid question, but special revenue funds, I wanted to know about that because I was looking at, and I don't know enough about it, and I'm still learning. In 23 it was 8 million, 24 is 12 million, and then in 25 was 35, and then 26 is projected 31. Can you give me a little bit of background on that?
Yes, so special revenue funds are funds that we receive that are very restricted for specific uses. The big drivers of those funds are going to be CIP grants. So a big one is Highway 1. I forget the number. I think it's $8 million grant. So yeah, so when you see those big numbers, that's the grants that we're expecting for CIP.
So,
and then some of them, and then ARPA is included in that as well. ARPA.
So that tells me in 23 we didn't have a lot going on at 8 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, because our capital grants are reimbursable, so we only get it when the work is completed or progressing.
Because I'm seeing it, I mean, it went from 8 to 35, and that just stuck out to me. That was a big change. Now, on that note, we are taking on these big grants, and we're bringing in all this big money, but then there's some little glitch somewhere. Oh, we have to kick out, and there's different buckets. I get that, but I just look at it one bucket. If money's coming out that we didn't anticipate, then we screwed up. We got $1 million here, we had to kick out. And then we have Popular Street, we had to kick out $300,000, $400,000. And then we had an issue with the Carter Park with the easements and the ramping. So there's things that we can't foresee, but we need to, if we move on, because if we look at the 23, 24, and 25, we're actually looking in bigger times, bigger money, bigger projects, which brings bigger problems. So we need to actually be really diligent on when we take on these big projects. And I worry about the bridge now when we take that one on. Have we broken into the stucco? Do we know if there's any dry rot? Do we know if there's any other damage that's unforeseen that we don't see? Otherwise, we're going to be budgeting for something and then all of a sudden say we need $2 million more when we don't have that. And then when we take our reserve funds, the way I'm looking at it, and I think we've already talked about it, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but if you've got reserve funds of 8.8 million, you've got, what, 3.5 years to 4 years if we keep going this way on reserves?
It's on the 5-year forecast, and I want to say it's 2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years. So if we keep going at this rate, we're going to reserve that.
I mean, I'll point out it's nuanced because, as you saw this year, we actually have added money back to our reserves. So our reserves are going up this year, but when we do our forecasts, we have to be really, really conservative. Like I said, we can't predict where we're going to save money 3-4 years out. And so when we do these forecasts, it's just what are our current expenditures and how much do we expect them to go up with inflation if we don't do something different? And what are our revenues and how much would they go up? So that's the nuanced challenge is it's not that we're spending down our reserves, a quarter at a time. Again, our reserves are going up with this fiscal year budget. A tiny bit, but they are going up. The problem is when we just project out based on inflation and our conservative estimates, we could end up having to spend down reserves if there aren't big changes. So it's nuanced. We're not planning to spend down the reserves, and we're not headed down that path, but we may reach a point where we have to make these drastic changes to prevent that.
And what Mr. Nagging asked, Councilmember Nagging said, I think we should be looking, and we talked about this for the nonprofits. We talked about where are we at the end of the year. And in like a midterm, we need to be looking at half a year. Where are we at? Are we still on the same direction? Is it looking better or is it looking worse? Because we need to make changes quickly within 2.5 years. If things go the same way, we're not going to be any money. So we have to kind of start planning ahead, so be ahead of it instead of behind it. There was one more thing, but I can't remember what it was. That was it.
I just wanted, he just left. I was going to acknowledge that this budget includes our CIP program. And in there, I saw the 5-year program in the draft. We had June 3rd. It was just a 1 year, so I know he was still, it was a work in progress. So I wanted to acknowledge that I see, you know, we have our 5-year in there and our annual in there. So, and of course, he must have known I was going to talk about because he left right.
Moz hates the spotlight, you know.
There was one thing I just remembered. When the mayor talked about we're not the only ones in this problem. There was, I was searching for this. I read it. I couldn't find it. But if you do a comparison, we weren't that bad. If you looked at all the other cities, there was some, like Foster City was just, they had some problems. And you could pinpoint, if you look at that, I don't know where that was on your thing. Was it in yours, the budget? There was a comparison of the cities, and one of our
Well, we have in the budget, one of the introductory tables shows municipal costs per capita.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're kind of on the lower end. We're a smaller city, and that makes sense. But I think the point you're making is a lot of cities are in financial straits right now. And we see that. Our goal is to just be the one that isn't. So we work closely with our partners, but you know, our focus is to put ourselves in the right position, and we hope for the best for the others. But if people want to come here and spend money, we're going to encourage that because that's what we need.
You know, I really love the idea of cleaning up the downtown area and making it, sprucing it up. But if we can just scope that out so we can get, you know, some of, you know, a place like Hassett might be willing to, you know, loan us power washes. Getting the cost of supplies is not the big cost of fixing up. It's always, you know, the hourly rate that contractors charge, right? But we have some contractors here who can help you. If we get the volunteers together, show us how to do some stuff, do some painting, you know, take that Habitat for Humanity approach. You know, they usually work on homes. I don't think they would do, but we might be able to get some free advice from them, how to organize a project. I remember a couple of years ago, I was also talking about the trend where people love taking pictures of themselves in front of fun murals. And I had some pictures, you know, I looked it up. These towns around the world which like repainted the whole city. And then you can change them up, you know, they don't have to be like, you know, works, you know, fit for the Louvre. We can have a couple of years of certain murals that are just fun, and then we change them up. But we just have to organize that, you know, and say, okay, is this going to be mural year? Is this going to be, this month we're going to try and do some painting, some cleaning? Because that's how we can get volunteers ahead of time. Are you willing to volunteer some time, maybe a little bit of training? But the actual cost of supply, you know, the paint, the this and that, is usually not that much. It's just getting the folks to, you know, help do that. That's the real cost.
So the mural at, IDS Hall, I'm sorry. Have you guys seen that? That's over the top. That's beautiful. And then when I was in Iceland, they had things like a big heart, and you would actually jump in there and take a picture of the backdrop. We could do these things. I mean, we have to attract and get some ideas. On the cleaning up, I did talk to Eric from Abundant Grace, And in the contract that we talked about tonight, which I think we went through, we did, and we approved it, it says here, limited special on-call projects. I think he talked about that because I brought that forward to him. I had a meeting with him and some other people at the brewery, and that was one of the things we talked about was cleaning up, and he said he might be able to take care of that or do that. But then Matthew said that there's issues because that's Caltrans. We don't know who can do it. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. But Eric is already standing up to that. He gets that, and he was saying that he might be able to take care of that.
Yeah, when I go downtown, a block from my house, I usually go to McDuta Park. Right next to McDuta Park is Robin, whatever her name is, attorney's empty, dirty building. I am sick of looking at it. I am sick of looking at Coastside Publishing falling down building. And one of the things we can do is we can tax those people. We can fine them. She promised, this Robin woman, I forget her name, she promised when she moved in that the reason she should be there, even though she wasn't a retail business, even though she was professional, and we had passed the ordinance saying we only wanted retail on Heritage Main Street, was that she was going to be seeing people from the community in there all day long and all night long. It was going to be a busy community hub. It's empty. Her windows are dirty. It's a disgrace. And it's at the very center of Heritage Main Street.
I think we should look at, Santa Cruz has adopted what they call a vitality ordinance, and it deals with nuisance properties in their major business areas. And I started looking at it, I think I saved it to file, but I think that is something that has teeth and was widely supported by business people in the community. So we ought to take a look at that. It's called their vitality ordinance.
Well, thank you for those ideas. And as you mentioned, Santa Cruz, I know this came up years ago. Remember, Santa Cruz on a weekend, there's music on every other block. I mean, that is great. People love that. You know, they stick around, start watching the music. Oh, now I'm getting hungry. And they eat, they do stuff. And we thought about, right, you know, figuring out a way to bring in musicians, and they can put out a bucket and some kind of licensing, so, you know, can't just show up and impede on other musicians. But it's all spaced out really nicely, so you're not hearing, you know what I mean, the music from 2 blocks away. And I think that attracts and keeps a lot of folks. And there's plenty of folk musicians who are, you know, who would love to have a spot, you know, doing that. And so I don't know how exactly we organize this, but we did mention that. You know, I remember a few years ago doing something like that. I remember bringing it up, and I just remember, yeah, every time I'm in Santa Cruz, that's where I like hanging out around there. So we could bring up musicians from Santa Cruz.
I frequent there all the time, and they have like little vendors that will be selling beads or jewelry and albums, and right on the cover. You know, you don't want to get too crazy with it, but that draws people in. It makes them commingle, talk, and they do have a different vibe. We don't have that vibe, but we can create some of that vibe. And the murals, I think, like at the Merchant Building, the one over by where the vinyl store used to be, I'm looking at, Ira Birnbaum owns that. He's a customer of mine. I'd love to put a mural on that building, on that backside. I want to talk to him. I know he wouldn't put any money into it, but if we can get...
He's already agreed to allow it to happen.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
You talked to him already?
I talked to him last year. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, great. So this is how things happen. You just get the word going out, and I brought that forward, and you talked to him. This is good.
You know who would make a great talent agent is Paulette Eisen.
Can I make one quick comment?
Yeah.
Lots of amazing ideas, and it's going to spill right over into our next item. But one idea that is an important thing, but I I have to be the wet blanket once in a while. Power washing, important. Please, public service announcement, don't just start power washing. There are very strict rules about stormwater and controlling that water. If you want to power wash something, come talk to the city first. Don't just power wash things.
In fact,
please.
for any kind of volunteer work, and our insurance, we have to either make people sign, you know, I'm not going to hold the city responsible. People can get hurt when they're volunteering and don't know how to use. So it's just something we have to keep in mind, you know.
It'd be fun to spray each other, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we have those power water guns, I think, for that.
That would hurt.
I have one more last thing, because you talked about tools, and we were talking about cleaning the city, and Matthew, I think you know who this lady is. I met her at the emergency meeting in Redwood City. The company's called Manzanita or Manza something, and they have tools that hardware has, and we can borrow those tools, power washers, anything we need. And do you know who I'm talking about, Matthew?
I'm not sure I do, so we can.
She knows you. Anyways, I have her contact.
That's not always a good thing.
Okay. But anyways,
let's be honest.
This is what she was producing in Redwood City and all those other cities, but she hasn't really worked her way here, and she wants to do a presentation for us. So anything that we need for tools that we want to use, it's on a loaning basis, and if you want to buy it at some point, you can buy it at a cheaper rate.
Okay, it is 10:20, so I'd like to move on this item, and I'll even make the motion. We've reviewed the FY 2025-26 budget document, and I move that we adopt a resolution to 1, establish the GAN appropriation limit for FY 2025-26, and 2, approve the city's investment policy, and 3, adopt the FY 25-26 annual operating capital budget. Can I get a second, please? Second. Let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Nagengast?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone?
Yes.
Motion
And
carries.
thank you all for the great discussion. This was a great brainstorming, too, at the same time, and it weaves really nicely into our next item on the agenda, item 3B, City Council Priorities Work Plan for F25-27. And are we going to have another staff report on that?
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, I will try to make this quick. We covered this in our last meeting, and based on your feedback, I made some revisions to the work plan and added some additional details working with our staff. So I'm not even going to go into the history. We know how we develop these. One small tweak that we've made to the priority titles from our last meeting, we had fiscal sustainability as one of our priorities. That's also one of our strategic, high-level strategic initiatives. It's kind of supposed to cut across everything. So looking at the list, tweaked it a little bit to call it financial health, sustainability, and transparency. I think that's the items in that list really lend towards that sort of an approach. So these are the proposed priority categories for this fiscal year and ahead. You have in your packet, you have the actual document that spells out the work plan. Thank you, Maggie. And we don't have to go through this line by line, but these are organized into the categories with some timelines that we can refine. What I will say, given the discussion about staffing and reorganization, the priority work plan that's presented to you is, I think, a realistic work plan that can be accomplished, or we can achieve a lot of forward movement on with our current resources. As we work with council on a restructure that could include not filling some of the positions or restructuring some of the positions, I think part of that work will be evaluating the restructure against this work plan, and this work plan may be revised through that process. This work plan really takes into account the current resources we have, including those positions that are vacant. Nothing really changed here. This is just laying out what we talked about at the last meeting, and that came from your feedback. Same with this section, although I added an item just based on some conversations we've had, and I'd like to amend it on the fly right now as well, based on some feedback. Develop and adopt a blight ordinance slash a downtown vitality ordinance, and really look at what Santa Cruz is doing, because I think it does go beyond blight, which is, letting a building sit vacant, unrented for a very long time. You might have a business that just is not really contributing to the downtown, and you want to be able to work with them, and sometimes you need some teeth to do that. So,
we don't have redevelopment anymore.
right. So I'm going to point out, too, I love that they call it a downtown vitality ordinance.
Actually, it might be vibrancy. If I'm not
Oh, okay,
It's either
all right.
vitality or vibrancy.
Oh, Moz checked it, so
Because of the
vibrancy
V.
ordinance, okay,
It is
we'll
vibrancy?
update that, yeah. And there's a TBD on the timeline. There's some interplay with this and the LUP implementation that CDD is going to begin working on this fiscal year, and we just want to make sure that if and when we do this, we do it in the most strategic way possible, which may require us to maybe implement pieces of it and then kind of hit the whole thing as a comprehensive plan. So again, some work to do as we add this kind of on the fly, but something I think that we want to look at and is very much in line with the discussion we've had tonight. The other piece that I just want to share, and this goes back to a discussion we had earlier tonight about positions. Under community health and safety, we have stormwater and watershed management. This is something we've been looking at for several years, really developing plans, and I think they're twofold. We need to be looking at the watershed itself and the source of water coming from the hills and from east of Highway 1, and how do we find ways to keep more of that water on that side of the highway. It can recharge the aquifers that exist here and slow down that movement of water across the west side of our community. But we know that some of that water is going to get through. We have water courses here that need to be addressed more acutely. And so this priority includes projects that both address the east side and the west side. In looking at this as a priority and the current resources we have, I don't believe we have the resources we need to really make an impact. And so a concept that we've developed that I want to share with you tonight, it would require more work in coming back to you, would be the use of one of our vacant positions. Currently in the city manager's office, we have a position called assistant to the city manager. And that's a high-level project manager position. It was most recently held by Jill Ekus, who was our former CDD director, and due to some circumstances, she stepped down from the department head position, but obviously had a lot to offer the city. Unfortunately, those circumstances didn't allow her to really embrace that role, and so it's been vacant for quite some time. My proposal would be to take that position, that funding and that FTE, full-time equivalent position that's in our budget, and transfer it from the city manager's office to Public Works and reclassify it as a high-level engineering project manager position to support projects like this. It also, in talking with our community development director and our Public Works director, would create more capacity for faster turnaround times on development review and development projects, both public and private, and free up time for our city manager, or our Public Works director, who is also our city engineer, to focus on department head role and less on project and kind of the boots on the ground role. I understand the concern about filling any of these positions right now, given our budget situation. As your city manager, I recommend that we at least start moving down this path of determining the classification and what we could get from having this role. And then, of course, it would have to come back to you for a decision, but it is something I would like to move on pretty quickly. And then the rest of the restructure and looking at the positions would be done on a more comprehensive basis with support from a council ad hoc committee. again, we understand if that doesn't meet our priorities right now or where you want to go right now, but it is something I want to put forward as an important way to move this priority forward, which affects stormwater development review and the overall status of our Public Works Department. So,
Yeah, I have a question. If we were to create this new position or fill this position and shift it over to Public Works, is there funding out there available so that we can actually do management of our watershed? Are there grants available? Because what's the point of filling a position when, even though we want to get this stuff done, we don't have the money for it. We need grants. So that's my question. Yeah.
No, that's a great question. There's definitely funding out there, but as we all know, with the state and federal governments, those are somewhat limited, at least currently, as we speak. But what I would say is that even while we position ourselves for those types of grants, there is some work that needs to be done in advance to become competitive for any funding opportunities. So I understand the concern, but even before we get to the point where we can get the money to do some of the projects that we need to do, there's additional design and environmental that needs to be done. And that's something that's under progress, but it is taking longer given the number of priorities that we do have currently in our works. But again, it also gives us the capacity to look for and seek for those additional grants as well. Right now, all the project managers, at least on the CIP side, and I think for a lot of the other departments too, everybody's kind of managing it. The staff's managing those applications individually. I have staff that work on it, and I work with them directly when we submit grant applications. That's just the nature of what we have to do right now to get the funding to do these projects and to get these things to move forward. But again, with the additional support, I think, at least on this side, for the watershed perspective, it would help us.
Just to follow on your question. Yeah. I don't think there'd be any grant money from state or federal sources, but if you had a really innovative approach, you could go to somebody like Packard or Gordon Moore or some other private foundation that's interested in water resources management and get a limited term amount of money, maybe up to 5 years to study a certain thing or to plan something, but it would need to be innovative because they like to fund innovative approaches. So if we could think of something innovative that other people aren't doing, pilot an approach or whatever, then we might be able to go to a private foundation and say, can you fund this? So just wanted to elaborate a little bit on what the good question that you asked.
Thank you. Maz?
Oh, before you go, my concern would be, a high level, without including this as part of the other structural organization look at, is okay, now you've hired somebody, what happens in 4 years if we have to do layoffs? So I just caution us, I'm not saying no, I love public works, I love engineers, right? But we have to be careful, not only just not having the funds to do the projects, but what happens, if it's something that we just can't afford the way we're set up. Have we looked at a limited term position and I don't know if, maybe you have, but something, that maybe it's temporary, I hate to use the word temporary, limited term in there, whether it's contract or permanent position?
Actually, Matthew and I did discuss that as well as an option, as a potential option. There are challenges with that as far as recruitment. Generally, I'll just use myself as an example. I haven't jumped around a lot in my career. I've been with 4 different agencies in my 20 years in public service, and I've come across those postings for those limited term positions. And having a family, it's tough to be able to commit to something like that. We could look at the consultant worlds as well. That is one potential. But the issue, again, the issue with that is generally a higher level of cost for an hourly rate. But that is another option we could consider as well. There is something to be said about having in-house staff that get a better understanding of our structure and our concerns and our limitations that can provide a little bit more effort and focus on some of these efforts. But again, we've talked about those, and those are also opportunities.
The other challenge with limited term, which we know some other organizations have been able to utilize them, is the fact that we participate in CalPERS. The rules are very, very strict around it. You usually see the limited term positions with counties that are what they call 37 Act counties, where they have their own retirement system that coordinates with CalPERS, but they get to set some of their own rules. It is something we can explore. I think to address some of those concerns and to make this, if we were to move forward with something like this, we would want to design the position to be extremely flexible. That it's not just a purely an engineering position, it's a project manager position and a supervisor position that leads a team like this, an engineering team, and can work on, as we've heard, more than just, direct engineering, but project management, grants management, and supporting the work that Moz does in his department. So I think all of your points are well taken and we have to be thoughtful about. But I still believe the value that would be added by this type of position right now, given the breadth of our priorities and the focus of our priorities, is a quick win that can lead to results more quickly than if we, try to find a firm to do some of this work, and then we still have to manage that firm. I mean, those are the challenges we have, whereas an in-house person with this expertise can hit the ground running and really lead some of these projects forward.
I know, but just after the last item, I guess, so are you going to want to bring back something to us with a job description?
Yeah, what we would do is, with your blessing tonight, we would develop the job description and kind of develop the workload for this position, and then come back for actual approval to create the position and recruit for it. So we're not looking for approval of this change tonight. We're looking for kind of a thumbs up to at least explore it and bring it back to you. And we would do it quickly. We'd be looking at probably trying to bring it back in the July meeting, given the priorities that are associated with it.
If, I'm intrigued, and if we can find the right unicorn person to fill that, someone who's not only excellent at the project management of engineering thing, but who can bring that expertise and knows how to, teach others on staff, raise their game, that would be ideal. And I think there might be some ways we might be able to find that
I know a guy.
person. See, we all know somebody. So, come on, you're getting paid too much now as a council member, so I don't know about that. But yeah, I think there's a number of opportunities.
Would this be a lateral salary move?
Yeah, I don't think we'd be looking at adding to the cost. It's using the salary and the position that currently exists in the city manager's office but is unfilled. And I want to correct something I heard earlier, that these were unnecessary and that's why they were vacant. No staff member feels like these vacancies are unnecessary. It's been painful, and I've just been appreciative of staff bearing with us. I think it's prevented us from having to lay people off, and I think that's a great benefit, and that's why we've got to be strategic on how many and how we fill some of these. But in this case, I think we would take the salary and the position and utilize that to find the right fit for what we're trying to accomplish here. Not an additional cost to the city.
Let's get back on track, though, for our priorities. So
sure. Yeah, this is just a piece of that priority. So yes, thank you. Just looking through here, we did make some revisions to the language around housing support, especially around Measure D and faster ADU processing. We really think that there's an opportunity to evaluate what we started working on last year, administrative revisions to Measure D that might meet what we're hearing from HCD related to our housing element, and spur some additional housing production, but in a way that's sustainable with the city. So that's just spelled out a little more clearly. And just as discussed in previous meetings, we are now in year 2 of our rental ordinances. And once the rollout of this year is complete, which we're in the thick of right now, we shift to that evaluation mode and come back towards the end of this calendar year, or early January of next year, to make some decisions about those programs going forward. So really what I'm looking for is, hopefully you've had a chance to look at this list in more detail and let me know if something's off here, if we're missing something or something should be removed. I did get some feedback that there's a lot of explore, and some of that could be more action oriented. It just depends on how much we want to dig in on it, and that can be tweaked in the final version of this report. So really looking for your feedback so we can get this finalized.
You can just take the word explore off a lot of those sentences, and then they become action.
Okay.
But I don't want us to have more than we can chew, right? Because I don't like having all these lists. Like, that was very ambitious last year's, right? Or maybe that was a 2-year one, but I mean, it was a lot. Now I get it, and priorities are great, but then we're starting to do priorities of priorities. So if these are our priorities, this is why we created our budget. This is why we have a capital program. This is why we have the operating budget for the staff to implement these priorities. So I just want us to be able to, and we get things done. I think that's the other thing that I would be looking forward. So I just, I wouldn't want us to say we're going to do everything. I want us to be realistic too. Maybe sometimes we need still to explore it before we actually say do it.
I think the person that said to Matthew, what's with the explorer? I went through it, and
there's a lot.
Everything you read is explore. I don't want staff to be sitting around exploring. I want us to look at our 5 areas or 4 areas. Are there 4 or 5? 4 areas, and assign projects to them. I like the idea of the watershed management. I think that's something that it's a now project. It's something we've got to deal with quickly. It's not going to get anything but worse as the years go on unless we deal with it now. So I'd like us to look at our 4 areas and get more project oriented.
Do we have time tonight to sort this all out then, this priority list? Because it seems like...
I mean, I guess it depends on how well we've articulated what we've heard, or if we're just totally off base.
I mean, are there things on this list that we want to start crossing off? Do people need to more time to really look at the list and come back?
The deadline on this is quite artificial, right? This is something we can continue to work on. Okay. It's just we don't want to get deep into the fiscal year without decisions, so.
I think it sums up a lot of what was said. I think it's a good starting point. And a lot of stuff's going to get winnowed out anyway, so I'd say we just start with this and see how it goes.
And certainly, as I mentioned before, as we work, and one thing I would ask tonight is that we give the thumbs up, that we come back in July with an ad hoc subcommittee. Is that what we call it? Ad hoc committee? Ad hoc committee of the council to work with staff on the restructure. And maybe as part of that charge is evaluating the priorities against that restructure, and the priorities get finished and adopted with that restructure being completed, that plan being completed.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so have a protocol for prioritizing the priorities so we can sort through it. Ask yourself these 3 questions.
Yeah, the key is if there's not anything glaring here, at least staff knows we can start rolling on some of this stuff, and we're not going to get too deep into much of this before July. So
and a good way to sort of start zeroing in is to ask ourselves with each of these is, how does this help or hinder our financial position?
Well, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Great. So to be we've agreed to continue this. We'll move on to the next item, which is the Half Moon Bay Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee bylaws and appointments. Thanks, Miles.
Let's see, maybe I put it in a different folder by accident. My apologies, I'm looking for my PowerPoint. Maybe. I put it up, I loaded it up. I know, I did it later. Yeah, it already. I can just roll with it. My apologies. I had a PowerPoint ready for this one, but I can't seem to find it, so we'll just roll without one. Not that there was a lot of slides. So the item that we have before us tonight is a couple of things. It's a minor restructuring of the bylaws for the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and then it's the appointment of new committee members. So we have made some minor tweaks to those bylaws, and we've had some conversations with the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee over the last couple of meetings, specifically to look at the changes, some strategic changes to make the onboarding a little bit more efficient, and so right now the way that it is everybody has a 4-year term, and after that 4 years it resets, and so then the appointments all start from the beginning. So going through the BPAC group, we talked about different ways of structuring it, and the way that we all kind of landed on was having a split. We have 7 members. That was based on the restructure in 2021. We went from 10 people to 7 individuals, and they are all residents of the city of Half Moon Bay boundaries, except for the designee from the Career Unified School District. And so what we've looked at is restructuring it to be the Career Unified School District representative to be at will of the school district. So if there's a changeover in staff or is a change in the individual, that would be a modification at that time with the district directly, as they are the ones that are appointed by them. And then we have 3 members that are going to a 3-year cycle, and then the others would be a 4-year cycle. We do recognize that every 12 years you'll still have that scenario where you will have the majority of members that will have to be reappointed all at the same time. But this way it gives us a little bit more consistency and fluidity with the membership, rather than having a major changeover all at once. So that's the main change as far as the bylaws itself. And that's the recommendation as far as that. And that's by resolution. For the appointments, it's a little bit different. For the appointments, we have several We have several individuals that submitted applications to be appointed. One is, again, the Career Unified School District representative. And then there was a number of members that, more members that presented, that submitted applications than there are number of seats available. So there's a little bit of a decision to be made there with respect to who gets appointed to the BPAC group. I did want to note that there was one late submittal by one of our existing BPAC members. Unfortunately, Janet Ray Dupree, who's our current vice chair, missed the deadline by a day. She did submit an application, and I said I would mention it, but generally it was after the cutoff for the applications. So with that, I wanted to see if there's any questions at first with respect to the bylaw changes themselves. Again, pretty minor in structure. It's going to be, if you look at the staff report, there's a little matrix, table 1 at the end. As I mentioned, the CUSD representative is going to be at will by the district. The youth representative, given that they're generally younger and most of the time in high school, 3 years sounded appropriate for the youth representative. And then we decided to pick one walking enthusiast and one cyclist as a 3-year term, and then the rest of them would be 4-year terms. So I'm wondering if there's any questions or comments with respect to that particular change.
I'm okay with the term changes, but, I'm thinking, why have so many categories? It's hard to find people to sit on boards. I would just say maybe one representative of Cabrillo Unified School District and one youth representative, and then, allow us to appoint, because some people are both commuter and recreational cyclists, and they're seniors. I just think all the breakdown is not necessary. As long as we have people who are walking and biking enthusiasts, I don't see any reason to have all these categories. I would recommend that we actually change that along with the terms.
That was definitely something that we considered as well. The first, the background is when this committee was formed back in 2017, that was for the specific task of leading the efforts of oversight and comment and providing community input on the master plan itself. Mm-hmm. And that was a 10-member group, and it was not restrictive to anybody within the Half Moon Bay city limits. So after we did whittle that down a little bit, but I agree, and I think staff internally we're also discussing that as as something that's just overcomplicating this process.
Right, and I would still want to keep it in Half Moon Bay ideally, but I would say get rid of the categories and not limit ourselves, because there might be a good person who doesn't quite fit one category, and there's another person who fits this category really well, but this other person does too, and they don't fit in any of the other categories, but you'd like them to be on the, so.
I mean, internally, we also were talking about the senior representative is kind of an awkward, I mean, we want a full representation of all of the folks that live in this community, but it's kind of an awkward, title to put out there, so. I mean,
didn't think that one through, did you, Moz?
It's only awkward in the sense that it's not something that we're supposed to be looking at with respect. That's fair. Okay.
Yeah. I wonder if we maintain some of these questions in the application materials, and they can some of this information can be included so that as you're making decisions every 3 to 4 years on appointments, at least you're aware of what the makeup looks like and you can prioritize it without. No, but you could ask if, there you go, yeah. We can look at ways to make sure we're not breaking the law or creating any discrimination concerns, but collect some demographic data about each applicant that helps us to make sure that we don't create a homogeneous group at some point accidentally. Yeah. 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 Debbie, I think your mic's off.
A very large source of funding that we've benefited from are the Safe Routes to School grants. And Carlene Foldenauer for Cabrillo has a lot of experience with those grants. And they like to give them to, people and organizations that have school people. So I think, I'd be happy if we just had called out the Cabrillo representative and then opened it up to everybody else, so.
And then it would be based on, and then, especially when we get like this scenario where we have more applicants than seats, then the council has that ability to look at the backgrounds and where each individual is coming from and have that selection made based on broader representation of our community. That you can do it that way, certainly.
In the schools, they have the community service thing, and if you identify that there's a youth opening for this committee, it opens the door for that application that probably otherwise would not happen.
Yeah, and my feeling about the senior is I don't want to be walking on trails that have electric bikes on them. And the reason I don't is I'm fragile that way. I would fall easily. My balance is off. My hearing is off. My sight is off. I'm old. And so I want a pathway that I can be on and feel safe on. So I think having a senior representative is as critical as having a young one.
So how about if we accept a senior representative, a youth representative, and a Cabrillo representative?
Yes.
Then everybody else is open.
Great.
That definitely simplifies it, and it still gives us a really good range of perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
How do you find out they're seniors? Without asking them, how old are you?
I mean, it's the applications are worded. That's why that one is awkward, because you can't really ask for their age.
Or can you? Can we on a
How about
committee?
we-
It's not employment.
I think we'll work on this at the
Yeah.
staff level with our attorneys and find
We
a
want to
path.
make sure we
We'll
do
just
this
ask
the
so
right
many
way.
questions, that at some point you're like, okay, this person has to be a senior.
I can tell by
You
the
just-
way they make the letter N.
Yeah, can you know what? I've already answered that question. You have them write one of the answers in cursive.
Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
You're just saying which area you're applying for, right? Senior, blah, blah, school
If
board.
it's a dedicated
And
position.
trust that
Yeah.
people are not going to be lying
Yeah,
about
that's-
who the
that's
heck
how
they
it
are.
is.
What
I think
age is
that'll
a
be just
senior?
fine.
Self-select.
50 or 7? I mean, where do you want to
You're killing me.
Okay, sorry.
That depends on how you identify it. So I think that makes sense. I heard that loud and clear. As far as the bylaws, I don't know if we want to, do we want to come back and make that modification to the bylaws? Because we can make the appointments.
Yeah, we can make the appointments,
And
we
then
can
come
make those
back.
modifications and just put it on consent in July just to memorialize this stuff.
Do
Make
we
it
want,
happen.
do we want to make the appointments tonight? That was going to be my motion.
I think we need to
Yeah,
so that you
because
can continue your work
We were
with
hoping to
them.
have the July 10th meeting,
Yeah.
yes.
And the list of recommended appointments doesn't take us away from what we've just talked about tonight, correct?
No.
Yeah.
Can I start? I'd like to nominate Jim Sullivan. I know him because he is a partner of a friend, but I know he does extensive work with GGNRA and Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District and Post and others on cycling and walking on trails and improving trail connectivity through our open spaces. So it's one area that we haven't really touched on much. But he has a bike on top of his car. I see him loaded up every morning and go off and cycle. And he's on a lot of different boards. He has a lot to offer. I am really high on this guy participating. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Jim Jim Sullivan.
Yeah.
Why not?
And then I would also go with James and, Brandon's currently on, James and Brandon. James was somebody yes, had asked, he was appointed recently. That counts, so I think those two expressed interest, and Brandon's been on it, and it seems like, on there, he's their chair, I think, currently.
I would like to have a woman on, and I like Kathleen Ferenz. You know her, she's a good person. I know her bicycling.
Deborah, I think your mic might be off. Sorry, can't hear you.
I'd like to nominate Kathleen Ferenz.
I'd like to nominate Katie Murdoch, based on the Commissioner of Disabilities, AAUW, and Coastal Rep, past friends of the library, and when I saw the disabilities, I thought we need somebody to represent that.
Okay, so we've got 3, 4, 5
That's
people that we've nominated.
Is that
Too
what we-
many.
Is that the number? That's all-
Yes,
that's all
because
we're
we have
looking
the
for?
career unified rep, and then we have the youth rep that is actually vacant. We did not receive an application, which unsurprising given the end of year. So
Yeah.
we're gonna we'll have one seat vacant, and we'll do another call in the next school year and get that placement filled.
And Jim Sullivan and Kathleen Ferenz are both seniors, so we're covering that one.
Yes. Good. All right.
Great.
Could you repeat them back, Moss?
So we have, sorry.
I got all of them except for Councilmember Nagengast's first one.
It was James Corniglia and Brandon White.
Brandon White, okay.
Then we had, Carlene Foldenauer as the Career Unified School District representative. We had
Kathleen
Jim Sullivan,
Ferenz
Kathleen Ferenz,
and Katie Murdoch.
Katie Murdoch.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect, thank you.
So do we need to do an official motion for that? Is that correct?
Okay,
Yes, I would recommend an official
Great.
motion to
So move.
appoint them.
so moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Resolution is adopted. Great. Any commission committee updates?
I know that folks have gone home. We did have a planning commission meeting last week where they took care of some important business, including approving a small cell, AT&T 5G small cell site here in our downtown, which will be important for improved AT&T coverage here. The use permit for the employee parking lot at the Ritz-Carlton, the mural at the IDS Hall. Sometimes we've got to work with our community partners to make sure everything's on the up and up. And gosh, I just drew a blank on the last item. But it was a productive meeting and great work with the commission. There are directors' hearings tomorrow that are, there's some really important items there up for consideration at the director level. And then we'll be having a recreation commission next Wednesday night.
Thank you. And let's see. Oops.
To any community concerns. I'm wondering if it's worth bringing this group back, maybe with a different scope, but to, help advise on the ongoing issues that we have with encampments. We may be coming back with an ordinance. I think it would be helpful maybe to have their expertise. They did meet several times. So I just wanted to see if we could bring that back just for a discussion about whether we want to get that going again.
I think that's a great idea. I think it also will quell a lot of the fear that people have around ordinances and around encampments. You know, so I think that's a great idea.
Just to make it officially, you're seconding that. Okay.
There is somebody that has it's like an RV and a boat over by the Lutheran Church, and he seems to be moving around a lot, but he keeps coming back and parking right by Farmer John's. And I know there's some community members out there that are, you know, a little upset about it because it just kind of hanging out with a lot of junk in the back. It doesn't look good, and it's a large vehicle. But we need to have a place for people like this if they're living out of these things. So I think we need to look at the big picture. Safe parking program. Yes, and then I also want to point out there was a gentleman through Abundant Grace, Martin, who was here one time on a meeting. He had a parking permits or citations over, I think it was $500, and he could not drive his car, and he's living in his car. So I actually cut a check. He's back in his car. And I gave it to Eric to do that, so he's up and running. But there's a person there that is being chased around and moved around a lot. And he is a good person. He has a good heart. He does have some mental issues that he's dealing with, but he's very active with the community. He knows everybody in Main Street. He's a good person. So we need to kind of figure something out so that people have a place to stay and can park without being in violation and make the city look good. Because Paulette brought that to my attention.
You might want to take that offline with Matthew, because we did try a safe parking initiative, and there were a number of issues that came up, but maybe offline and then revisit that idea, yeah.
Pull his network together and come up with some locations.
Yeah, happy to have some conversations with you about that and brainstorm some ideas. But yeah, we actually had a grant from the county, $1 million grant to fund, and could not make it happen. So there are challenges with safe parking programs, and they come at a very high cost. But you have a creative mind, and so you might look at this from an angle that never crossed us bureaucrats' minds before. So
We had a gentleman talking tonight, and Ruddick was on the board. What was the name of that group?
One Shoreline?
Shoreline,
Mm-hmm.
and he brought up sand plants that flooded, and the Keogh ditch is right next to the sand plant. If we divert the water, we're taking some of the risk of flooding the sand plant. I'm just throwing it out there. There's a connection there that I saw.
Yeah, that certainly lies with our stormwater management plans.
And One Shoreline has seen the conceptual plan that we put together a couple years ago to catch water in Beechwood and then reconfigure the channel of Kehoe out to the Caltrans mitigation site and enhance the Caltrans. So there is a conceptual project. And we shopped it around to our legislators, and it didn't get any traction, but we can always keep trying.
I think we have an 11 o'clock hard stop. Am I right?
No, it was removed from the council rules.
So moved.
Sorry.
All right. I think we've done a lot of good work tonight. We're tired. So I'm going to call it. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.